It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're all fine. Yo.
Uh,
Yo.
Ah. But yeah, we are going to backtrack a little bit so that Bill can be a part of that conversation, and we'll just kind of burn time until Liv shows up.
I mean, listen, I just love talking with you guys. That's.
Oh yeah, you're a delight. You're all delights. I love all of you. Get
Also,
love, nerds.
I'm surprised you didn't. Oh yeah, I guess I'll let you start then.
Oh no, we're already live.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what the
I said
yo was.
I said yo.
No, I got that very. I was like, yeah.
I don't know about these streamer things. I dictate my time.
I just go live a long time before I'm supposed to be live. And
Yeah,
then I just do
I'm
other
just
stuff until it's time to do the thing I'm supposed to do.
I'm just used to her being live every time I see her.
It's true though.
I always go
Aside
straight
from
into the
being,
live channel.
you know, aside from being alive. In any case, Jade, I'm surprised you didn't comment on that particular tweet that shows the Baldur's Gate Kobold interaction.
Oh yeah, I didn't actually type a reply to that. It's playable kobolds when. I mean,
I'm sure there'll be a mod for it.
actually, that's a question that I have just in general about Baldur's Gate 3. You know, we're just going to vibe here for a little bit anyways. But, in Divinity Original Sin 2, there genuinely was a reason not to play as, certain characters or races, because if you play as some of the prefabs, they had more story, more line, like Losa and Fane have more narrative.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's very interesting too. Does Baldur's Gate have any of that? Like, is there a reason to not use a modded class or a modded race because they'll have you'll be missing out on interactions?
Yeah, there are some dialogue things that you won't get if you're using something that's not that. But I don't think it's less significant than it was in Divinity Original Sin 2.
Okay, because that was a big deal in Divinity.
It was a huge deal in Divinity, and playing as one of their prefab characters was really important in it. That's why when I picked up Baldur's Gate 3, I played as Shadowheart, because I thought, she'll have interesting things to say. She's a cleric of Shar. Not really.
That bothers me now that I know.
I literally never played as a prefab character in Baldur's Gate or in Divinity's Original Sin 2.
I never played a prefab.
It's really good. It's really good. It's Fane and Losa and stuff have specific interactions that only they can say. It'll say their name in brackets.
Which is good and bad. It's good because they're really good interactions. It's bad because then you're not playing your own character, you're playing their character.
Exactly.
Right, Sprig?
Yeah. I don't want to be their character. It's part of why I'm not interested in playing Sekiro.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
despite being such a massive FromSoft fan.
Yeah, so I understand.
From my perspective, it's I already played it with my character. Next time I'm playing the Red Prince. Anyway,
that's valid.
I do, honestly,
Red Prince
though,
is really cool too.
But yeah, what I love about that Kobold interaction I sent you, I just love that it's specifically a Dragonborn thing. To tell the Kobold, you are rather small.
It is very funny.
There's stuff like that, but it's a whole lot less intricate in that way than Divinity Original Sin 2. It's huge and it's great. It just doesn't have that system as much.
And I trust Larian. Larian's a fantastic studio. It's one of my favorite studios.
I do like the fact that there's a lot of talk about it, where people are like, "Hey, don't take the lesson of every game has to be like this game. No, the lesson is just fucking make a video game.
Make a good game."
Yeah.
And
if you make a good enough game, then I'll let you make another one.
I saw someone make a really, really good point earlier too. It's a lot of these developers are talking about or a lot of publishers and stuff are don't expect every game to be Baldur's Gate 3. It's got one of the biggest like IPs behind, or it's one of the biggest IPs. Remember the last D&D game, Brutal Alliance, that was really bad and everyone forgot about it in a month?
Yeah, IP doesn't mean nothing.
It's got 6 years of development time. Hey, how long did Diablo 4 take to develop again? And hundreds of staff. Didn't Diablo 4 have over 9,000 people making it?
Yeah. Well, are those good factors in the favor of it being good? Sure. Are they guaranteed?
They are helpful, but they are not a guarantee that it's going to be a good game. It's a good game because it's a good game that people made to be fun.
Like, here's the thing.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was supposed to say, Larian has a good track record already in that field. Like, Larian has a track record of making good games that do not require DLC, but offer some simple ones, like soundtracks and whatnot. The ones that you're okay with for the most part. And they also have a history of taking the most popular mods, reaching out to the mod developer and saying, "Hey, can we incorporate this into the game?" They've done that on several occasions.
They did that with, I remember they did that with Divinity Original Sin 2. They had
and
bunch of mods. I didn't play 1, unfortunately. I just remember that 2 had like the definitive edition where they added a bunch of the most popular mods just as baseline. Like as toggle options built into the game, and then also added more content to the game.
Yes.
This is gonna sound contentious, but even when Cyberpunk 2077 released in the buggy state, I still knew it was gonna be a good game. I got the sense that it was a good game, and I knew that from their history that this is gonna get fixed over time. What I didn't like is how they went around the marketing, and they've lost some faith in me from that end. But
that's fair.
I will still believe that whatever game the CD Projekt Red people do, it's at least going to be good quality, even if it takes longer than anticipated to actually get there.
to finish it, yeah. Publishers are publishers, am I right?
Yeah.
Funny enough, I actually I know it's everybody kind of talks down on it from great height, but I actually didn't really have many issues with bugginess.
I know, right? I surprisingly didn't. I only had a couple of issues that I remember being bad, but nothing that really stopped.
I've been told that the console releases were really bad.
Oh yeah, consoles usually.
So I'll take it as console versions released and were really bad. PC version released and wasn't well optimized.
Oh, also just so you guys see, since I was talking about
pulled from the PlayStation Store.
It was kind of nice though. It was kind of nice though. For one speed, the game released on PC and consoles, and it was not garbage on PC.
Yeah, that is usually the way it goes.
Hey, Magus.
Also, Sprig.
Sorry. You good? Just double checking in, yeah. Cool.
Got a cat on my lap, that's all.
Yay! Your icon was popping up as if you, and I wasn't sure if you were trying to say something or if I just wanted to check in on you.
For some reason, my particular focus rate is really sensitive about this kind of thing, so it just makes me feel like I'm talking all the time, but I'm not.
Gotcha. No worries. I just wanted to check in on you because you're nice and cool.
Sounds you were hearing
Anyway.
this.
Aww.
Anyway, Sprig and Polarm, I put in the New Worlds, the thing that I worked, that one picture that I worked on this week. The only thing I'm kind of disappointed that I didn't do fully is the UI. I just ripped that from the game, but that would have just made it take so much longer, and I wouldn't have been satisfied.
You just had to make a whole bunch of new icons?
Well, the icons that would have been easy. It's more so the space, because I there's so many. I would have to I would go out of my way to pour time into researching references from some old ass RPGs, because I always like those old video game UIs are always that are kind of weird. But yeah, no, this already took me 2 days when it should have been 1, and I was like, nah. I do, although my point of pride is the goober icon on the left for the Dragonborn stand-in. I love that cosmetic for the pyro so much. It's so goober. Hell, it could be a mixture of a kobold. This is a parody version, so could just as well be. But yeah.
So
ultimate. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I thought you're done. My bad.
Ultimately, really torn between replaying Divinity 2 and maybe playing Oblivion for the first time. But my problem is, I kind of want to do reviews in the future, and I kind of want to have Oblivion, since it's like my first time playing it. Have it be like a fresh...
Yeah. May I make one recommendation?
Yeah.
Oscuro's Oblivion Overhaul is a really good mod. It keeps the base game intact, but it does a lot of work to, aside from just the bug fixes, it really works well with the scaling, which I really like.
I appreciate the recommendation. Whenever I play a game like this, I always look for like the most... Okay, how much is this vanilla, and how much does it like improve things subtly but for the better?
So, actually, let me just tell you about Oscuro's, and then I'd like to start moving on in the game. But I do want to tell you about that real quick.
Yeah.
So Oscuro's, one of my problems with Skyrim and Morrowind, and frankly Vanilla Oblivion, is that you're never in trouble. Every encounter is scaled to you, and it gets really weird late game when you have bandits wearing, like Daedric Prince armor, and it gets weird. And it gets weird early game because you either can't find any of the super difficult enemies, like they just don't exist in the world yet. And what Oscuro's does is it gives a rubber band on the level scaling for different creatures. So bandits will still spawn, but they will always be between they'll scale with you from level 1 to level like 6 or 7, and then for the rest of the game they'll be locked in at level 7. And
I appreciate that.
And vice versa, if you go off the beaten path and you run into a Minotaur, it's like, cool, that thing is minimum level 16, and then it'll scale with you to level 25 or something. Like, that will still be a threat, and have appropriate rewards. And I like... And the way it... Sorry, just one more thing. The way it handles it is the closer you are to the main roads, the arteries of the region, the lower level things are, and the farther you get from the roads, the higher level things are. So there's a very natural, I can tell how much danger I'm in based on a map.
Yes, I love this. I love, like, some people might think it's a bit contentious in Fallout 3, but personally, I always felt like that was a very natural way to tell the player to fuck off. This is danger zone.
New Vegas. Hey, there's a Deathclaw there. You don't want to go that way. No, really, you do not want to go that way.
I actually saw a comment, I think, from the original designer of the Deathclaws, and I just saw how simple it was. I am astonished and horrified at the amount of Deathclaw smut there is out there. I love it.
On that note, so we are going to back up a few steps. I mean, it doesn't have to be back up, but we're still in the same region. It's not like we're undoing anything that was done. But I want to go back into the Imustaltas Den and give you guys and Cass a chance to talk to them more, partially because, A, you've had some time to digest what happened and, maybe you have some new ideas or thought process to discuss, and partially because, well, Cass wasn't there before. And so was not here now. And I don't have an answer for that, but...
My only word for it is... It's pretty much that kobold drawing I sent you. I did not consider any of this at all.
The risk I took were calculated, but I'm real bad at math.
That's my life motto.
So at any rate, so just for the record, Bill, you were here in you did follow everything that happened and was discussed. So it's not like you need to catch you up on things, right?
Right. Well, yeah. No, I'm pretty sure I'm up to date.
But anyways, I do want to real quick have you guys tell me what happened last time. Who wants to, who wants to recap?
We met Kobold. We did not kill Kobold. We came in. We saw sick kobolds. They sick because they take care of Big Dragon, who is sick with some kind of scale fungus. And it's a curse. And then we left. That's my recount of it. I think I got 80% of it.
That's the long and short of it. Mostly the short.
Mistletoe is the name of the iron dragon that we
Yep.
met in the cave.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the mana in the cave, like the magic in this area, is stagnant, which we think is somehow involved in the curse that they're suffering from. And the physical manifestation of the curse, at least, like the symptoms that they and the kobolds are dealing with, are functionally almost identical to iron-eating bacteria.
Which, by what I'm going to call intentional.
I watch a lot of, like, primitive technology videos and stuff.
Yes. Mistletoe is has had this curse of, and I honestly has had this disability, frankly, for lack of a better word, for round about 500 years, which was bad, but because of the care of the kobolds, who love and support, has been able to still survive. But now the kobolds are getting out foraged and out hunted by new creatures that have come to the area, which you recognized by description as goblins. So they no longer have a sustainable population curve, if you will. And Mistletoe is also a smith, and has crafted several wildly impressive blades, one of which you have recognized the nature of.
I do not recall that from last session.
Yeah.
That Imusultas made the swords. I thought it was that they were swords that Imusultas kept as a trophy.
Oh no, Mistletoe has made them. That's didn't they make the sword that's in our town?
Yep. Actually, that was something that Magus recognized.
Yeah.
So, what would you like to do?
No, this is for when I get back into town. I remember wanting to make some kind of protective gear for the kobolds, but I don't think I can do that till I'm back in town.
Well, there is a functioning forge available.
I don't think... I'm not 100% sure if it requires a forge as much as, like, a bit of knowledge of tailoring and...
fair enough then.
Maybe some rubber.
Do I know how to make rubber? Is rubber a thing? I don't know.
Oh, it's absolutely a thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not... Yeah, if you have the right materials for it, it's not... it's going to be more of a rare thing to come by, the raw materials to make rubber. Like... but
then I guess I'll ask the head kobold in charge. Excuse me. Do you happen to know where I might be able to find some tar?
Well, I mean, there's no real kobold in charge so much. I mean, kobolds are famously, anyways.
The one who has the most information. The one who has the most information about the area.
Probably Savis, who is the dragon rot. Oh, we mostly go down. There's a whole bunch of mine caverns beneath here. You just go over there and underneath the waterfall, and it's just a whole beautiful mine. It goes down in spirals and goes out, but we don't really use a whole lot of wood outside of for burning.
I just need the tar for something. I might be able to make you something that will allow you to tend to your master a bit easier without rot.
Oh, that's very important. I can't spare any hands. I'm so sorry. I would have someone go look at trees for you, but we just don't have enough people for that right now.
Don't worry, I brought my own. He pulls out a bucket. You probably would have one. Let me check my inventory.
I think it's unreasonable to expect there not to be at least one bucket across 2 tinkerers.
Yeah, let's call it a part of my alchemist tools. Or my
Sure.
I'm pretty sure there's a feat you can take. I'm pretty sure in Pathfinder there's a feat you can take so that you can like have things that you should probably have.
I think I've seen that. Yeah.
It's.
I actually have improvised tool. It lets you repair damaged items with a repair kits and craft certain things without materials.
Oh, I was actually considering taking that. Sorry.
It's very much the sprig skill, you know. It's
Yep.
what?
Yeah.
By the way, I am going with the assumption that you will allow me to substitute oil for tar.
Yeah.
Actually, wait,
You can also use like tree resin.
Hold
Yeah,
on, I
tree
keep
sap.
forgetting. Hold on, I keep forgetting. No, what is rubber made out of? It's made from trees, correct?
Yeah. Heavy tree sap.
Okay.
It
Okay.
can be made from like fossil fuels, but it's more often just made from tree materials.
Mhm.
Right.
There's even a song
okay.
about rubber
I
tree
think pine
plants.
tar is the most frequent.
Well, I guess I'll
Mhm.
ask if they have anything based on the description of a rubber tree. If not, the tar will do. I guess.
And also if they have any ants.
If they have any what?
Reference to a song. Never mind.
Catch these hands.
Nose ants, but yeah.
Pardon me.
Oh, sometimes.
Bless you.
And no, they are not. They have rough ideas for you, but they don't have anything, that's going to be really meet your needs without going out and doing some hunting and searching, which they'd be willing to do if they had the people. But we're just really short right now. Please don't make the joke. I know the joke. You don't have to make the joke, but you know what I mean.
You don't have to call me out like that.
Little
Right here.
little man. Little man.
Nobody can see
Sorry,
you.
all I can ever think of when I think short kobold, it's like little baby man, little baby.
No, I didn't mean to pick that up.
It's just like a little dude. It's like a little dude, you know?
And he gets angry. Anyway,
Did I ask Emisteltaz if pronouns for Emisteltaz?
She, her.
She, okay. Did I ask her if she was fighting with anyone when she came down with this? She was in the middle of some
No.
kind of conflict. Okay.
You can do it if. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
all right. So, okay. Well, I get. So they said that the tar is like a cavern or so, a couple of caverns down, or.
Well, let me. Yes. Sorry,
Oh.
just to take care of GD's thing before I answer you.
No. Fair. Sorry.
There are natural oils and thick natural oils that are in the cavern, but yeah, I'm going to assume that that CC also watches the same sort of ancient crafting stuff that Sprig watches, and can probably be even better assistance to you on that front. That's a reasonable assumption, right?
Poor Cece's cell phone is not getting good reception over here.
True.
Cece is already she was a heavily magical background and had to figure out how to make magical things happen without magic anymore.
Yeah. Also, I just want to, as far as the recap goes, I just want to remind the most role-playing role of this entire campaign so far really was, CC trying to tap into magic to reach out and not wanting it perfect. Like, yeah, that tracks. Just like that was
the dice were in favor of you that day.
It was exactly correct for plot, and it was.
That was exactly the yeah. It's like that. Okay.
Yeah. For real.
Trauma. Get some therapy and then try again.
It builds character.
Yeah. But no, okay. Cass, you are headed over to a Mistral Task to ask some follow-up questions, and anybody who wishes to join.
Mm-hmm.
I think I asked them pretty much all the questions I can think of back then. So
That's fine. So yeah, I'm over with the Mistral Task.
Mm-hmm.
Ma'am, this affliction of yours.
Yes.
Were you fighting with anyone when you came down with this? Was there some kind of conflict?
It's been a long time, but I do not believe. No. There was some conflict with the Kenku, but there always is. That is a timeless conflict.
Tell me about the Kenku.
They're kind of long been a blight upon this land. They slowly grow and over time require more. And it is difficult to push them back. They no longer understand death, despite being masters of it.
Okay. Some things that the Ripley said are making more sense now. All right.
The Ripley. Do they yet survive?
Yeah, they've got their big tree.
That is good to hear. I once knew the Good King. It is an honor to have known them.
Well, maybe we can arrange something so that they can bring you supplies. They can always use more ore, and you know that you got the mines.
Trade, is it?
Yeah.
I shall consider it.
Sure. I'll talk to them and maybe have them send someone out to speak to you.
Very well. Very well. She nods her enormous head gently. There is a resignation in there, and a desperate. Give me some sort of perception that can roll through insight.
There really isn't an insight check in this, is there?
Not as such. And that's part of why perception is considered so insanely powerful in this system, is because it's not only initiative, but it's also insight. And that's actually one of my biggest complaints, is because the system lacking... Insight is such a crucial skill for social context, and is such a different skill, frankly, than just perception. That's actually my biggest...
It's not just noticing things, it's putting things together.
So, like, that, but, like...
I kind of feel like, personally at least, that the intention at least was because not taking perception and not taking insight on a character sheet on, like, D&D, for example, was so borderline crippling in function.
Yeah, it really
I
was.
just wanted to not make it a skill that you have to choose. It's just a thing that you get.
Yep, and that's why perception is listed as a major stat. It's listed in the same part of the character sheet as, like, ability scores.
Yeah.
And, like, I get it, but I don't love it, you know?
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But
I character who doesn't notice what's going on sometimes.
Yeah.
But
same.
the reason I phrased it as that is because if you want to, use another skill for that sort of perception, for that sort
Yeah,
of insight.
I just didn't see anything that worked for it. If it were,
That's fair.
yeah, if I were thinking that they were lying, I'd say use deception, but I don't think they are. Or she is. I don't think that she's
Hmm.
she's trying to be diplomatic. I think she's just showing something that she would rather hide, but she's not doing a great job of it.
Yes, there is a shame associated with, and I see your roll. I mean, and you
Yeah.
have what, +6 or something?
+7.
+7 is it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a shame in asking for help, and
Mm-hmm.
if you had not described it as trade, you get the impression she probably would have refused.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good tack, basically is what I'm saying.
Yeah, if I had suggested that the Griffley were just going to come and help, which they probably would do, she would not have liked that.
Mm-hmm.
With your permission, Immusteltaus, I see that you are tired. I will leave you soon. After this one question, with your permission, I will continue to look into this, see if I can find anything out. Maybe if I find something about your curse, I can find something about mine.
Very well. Yes, my kobolds are at disposal to you, as you wish, though we are short-handed in many ways. They will help in any way they can.
I appreciate that. I will make sure to make the best use of them that I can.
Very good.
And with that, I walk away and let her get some sleep because she's a sleepy girl.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And how would you like to proceed with this now?
Well, it appears that the goblins are the ones that seem to be making things difficult for the kobolds around here.
Yeah, if we can alleviate some stress on that front, then we can maybe find out more about what's going on with these Kenku. Actually, that's a thing. I stop a kobold going past.
Huh? Yes?
Hi, what's a Kenku?
Oh, Sorry, my brain just thought of the perfect description, and I just have to say it with a straight face though.
Mm-hmm.
It's a crow with depression.
Well, just
Sorry.
take my word for it, I guess.
Oh, they don't.
Sorry.
Oh, they don't come this way often, but they are far out to the west. There's a whole bunch of them, and they're pretty mean. I don't like them.
Okay, but like, what are they?
Oh,
Are they like
they're
people? Are they like elementals? Fae?
they're big birds,
Birds? Okay.
all black, with mean little eyes.
I see. All right. Birdman. All right.
They don't. Yeah, they've almost never come out this far. I've never seen one, but I've heard stories.
Well, you just steer clear if you see one, okay?
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
I'll make my way over to Cece. Hey, Cece.
Yeah?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of like a bird people?
They were telling us about them in the briefing, right? That they were in the swamps to the south.
That's
of the
right.
town.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Okay. I was miles away during that.
Oh,
I'm
and the-
sorry. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, GD.
No, I was just gonna make a joke. A Deus Ex you should post 100% black.
Oh.
Every time I hear like all black or something, that's where my brain immediately goes, and I blame my friend for infecting my brain with that.
Now, there in your old world, there were Arakoa, but they were, so you were familiar with the concept of bird people, if you will, but they were all, usually bright and resplendent and frankly quite gaudy as a stereotype. But so you're like, yeah, the idea of bird people is not unknown to you.
Can we unofficially say that Arakoa from the old world are all parrot people like macaws? Like bright reds and yellows and greens.
I do love that idea.
Arakoa of Paradise?
Yes.
Absolutely.
They're also apparently Arakoras are also incredibly clingy and jealous. Once they bond with you, anyway.
That makes sense.
Or is it a macaw?
Well,
No, we were talking about macaws, and I said Arakora. It's like brain.
see, if we get to finding any of these tenku, look for more of that magic stagnation.
I'll do what I can, but she's got a very long pause for a moment. I don't associate so well with magic anymore.
Well, all right. Then I'll keep my eyes open for it too. But I remember you picked up on it and I missed it. So
I got some inklings at least. I'll try to keep my ears open, so to speak.
mm-hmm. That's all I'm asking. You've got a more methodical approach to this than I do.
And the mention of the methodical approach, she's just gonna kind of glance over at the barrels of bleach she made earlier.
True.
Yeah, I glanced back and then smiled.
Oh, and side note, Magus, you're a bit low on the audio front. I felt.
Well, I am.
Well, I mean, you were when you spoke, so just.
I mean, I just wasn't speaking very much.
Yeah.
Well, no. When you were speaking, it felt very low, so I was like, "Was that why?"
Yeah, I already boosted him. Was there? I boosted him audio. Yeah. Did I miss something?
No.
It might just be because you boosted him for the stream. It might just
Is
be
this any
different.
better?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, much.
Sorry about that. Again, it's the mic being a doof.
Well, no worries.
But like you boosting for the stream doesn't boost in Discord, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Right. Well, it's yeah. So it's
Also, so yeah, in terms of where to go, the goblin problem sounds more urgent.
Oh yeah, no. Let's go to the goblins.
But question is, can we? What would be faster to like quickly get the tar and like make a suit or two for like the kobolds, or to deal with the goblins first? Like with what's within range first?
Refining tar into a sort of resin that we can use for anything would be actually quite difficult. It would take a good deal
Yeah.
of time.
I say give the kobolds detailed explanation of how to do it, and it will only kill several of them.
What did you have in mind in particular, Flicker?
Just make an isolation suit, something that will not let any like anything in. Essentially, allow them to essentially.
Something easier than producing the entire suit from it would be to make something of fabric and then give it an exterior coating, wouldn't you think?
Oh yeah. Honestly,
you don't need to refine it as much. It can be something crude that they can do with relative ease themselves.
I didn't think about the coating thing. Coating of what? I'm not as familiar with it.
Coating of simple textile materials.
Mm-hmm.
But wouldn't that still let things through, like particles?
If you were to refine your tar into a usable resin and have it cured on the outside of the fabric, then the inside would still be able to trap moisture, but the outside wouldn't allow moisture through.
Ah, okay. Well, learn something new every day.
Since they don't have sweat glands anyways, I don't imagine they'll have too much difficulty with moisture inside.
Well, you learn something new every day. I guess we should. Yeah, I guess he would probably think of doing that. However, I do think it would also be very in character for him to think of the more complicated answer first.
Honestly, true.
And someone to suggest it to the somewhat easier one. Well, I guess
I like the dynamic of essentially Flicker being an architect and CC being an engineer.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that is true. Honestly,
I was a little bit sketched at the very beginning when there was like two of the same class. I'm like, does that kind of work? But like, you guys would play it so differently that I love how the dynamic works.
Yeah. This
also,
this is very fun.
Also, just for the record, and it's because CC would know this, beeswax was commonly used for that purpose. Wax hardening is not very hard to do, like technologically, resource-wise.
But it wouldn't be flexible enough to do a suit.
Well, we can definitely make this.
Resin cured from pine tar, or even something just regular tar, honestly, is made into pitch for the sake of sealing ship hulls as well. Something like that would still be good enough to have a flexible suit that could move, but would still provide the necessary barrier.
It would be a nice stopgap until we can get back to town and start mass production.
The main issue that I would be worried about is respiration and vision, because you can't make like a full hazmat suit that covers their whole head and face.
We tried that.
We don't have that they can do for that, so. So basically just making like rubberized gloves is pretty much as good as we can really get for them.
Well, it seems to spread so far as we can tell. It seems to spread for those that touch it. From what we gathered, I think so far. So yeah, I think we can manage the gloves / maybe something to cover their arms and front part of their body.
This is going to result in. This is going to result in you people making them plague doctor suits, and I'm all for this.
I mean, the beak already fits their muzzle.
Exactly.
But really, even simpler than that would just be leather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So you can, I suppose we can just like roll it and then just describe it as Flicker and whoever else goes out and gets stuff from the outside, whilst you start preparatory stuff with stuff that's here, like stitching or whatever, or whatever's necessary. I mean, does that sound okay?
Yeah.
Maybe that's where Silva has gone off to. Is she's going and catching a few deer or something for pelts.
That tracks. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll get the resins then. The bark or otherwise. So Do we roll something for this, or is this just some stuff that happens?
Because this is fairly simple crafting and leather work, I don't think that it's not like you need to roll for anything terribly fancy. But the kobolds are kind of you gathering a bit of a crowd. They're watching intently to watch what you do, and yeah, leathers make a lot of sense for the joints, and then using something a bit hardened for the body pieces is actually very effective, you find.
Mm-hmm.
During this time, what are you doing, Rodolak? I see.
I'm not
Magus?
hearing him at all.
I apologize. I was a million miles away. Forgive me.
Quite all right. They're building kobold hazmat suits.
Oh.
This is for the kobolds, not for dealing with kobolds.
Though honestly,
Wait, for
I get it.
kobolds? Wait a minute. Well, first things first, I should probably pull up something real quick for myself, just so I'm doing the right thing. I do apologize. It has been a hell of a week for me. The two deadlines has been particularly harsh on me, so like my brain is like
Quite all right. I hope this is relaxing and fun for you, though.
it is. I also know that I forgive me, I spaced out a little bit.
No,
I
totally
wanted
fine.
to. I
was
wanted
asking-
to offer. I wanted to offer to play a game with them today, but this is the game, I guess. Also,
I mean, I
also,
still might
exam-
get an opportunity for that, but like right now, meh.
Yeah, I was just asking you if there was anything that your character was going to be doing while they're doing some alchemical stuff. Koss had a conversation with a Mr. Toss, and yeah, I just wanted to see how you were doing.
Well, right now I've got the investigations. I think I was probably going to be doing like a little bit of book research on this copper illness.
Okay.
Because you had mentioned that it had similarities to an oxidization illness, an oxidization bacteria on iron.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What are your current standing investigations?
My current investigations are... I'm trying to find them. I think I wrote them down somewhere on the chat.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's been a while, and I'm going back, and all of our notes are memes.
Speaking of, posted what that hazmat suit's gonna end up looking like. Those guys were just kobolds. Professional kobolds.
Oh yeah.
I had the magical barrier and the nature of the rift, and the disappearance of Team A. Those were my Those were my investigations.
Okay,
I think for the time being, I might want to set aside the magical barrier, and now introduce the dragon's illness.
Okay. Koss, as you come back to the party, did you should fill in Rodolak with what you've learned.
Rodolak, I think that this illness is, I mean, I know it's partially a curse, but I think it's very much an intentional thing. I think that the Kenku are involved.
I think so. I have a feeling that might be the case too. The question that I have for that is, the Kenku are a considerable distance away from the dragon, so what would they hope to gain from this? It might be in relation to the, I suppose I would call it the research pasture that we found of all the gruesome alphabetizing that was down below this region. It doesn't exactly seem like something that goblins would do. But I confess I don't know too much about Kenku culture to be able to say for certain.
You're overthinking. I think they were fighting, and now they're not fighting because Imustiltaz can't reach them anymore. They're only far away to us. Imustiltaz is a dragon.
All right. Well, I think what I might need to do is I might need to do a little bit of research on and experimentation on some of this disease to see if we can figure something out about it. Whether it's a proper disease or a magical or the magical curse, we might be able to figure out some of the origins behind the type of curse it is, if it happens to be one.
Oh, I can tell you it is one.
All right. The thing that I need to really figure out then is motive. What do you think?
I think that they were fighting, and now they're not fighting, and that seems like a pretty effective way to stop a conflict with a dragon. And fighting a dragon, not so much.
So do you think we might be able to find some method of reversing the curse if we run into the Kenku?
I think it's possible. Not every curse is reversible, but maybe there's some kind of relief we can find.
Indeed. All right. All right, then. So, I suppose what we could have on our list next is we can increase the priority of running into the Kenku, but it is on the way.
It's out of the way. It's
a
completely
bit out of the
from
way,
what we're
yes. And it doesn't really pertain to being able to find the whereabouts of our of the A-team.
Our erstwhile companions, yes.
So I think what we could do right now, for now, is make our way deeper into the mountains to see where they had ended up going. They gave us a lead on that.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll make our way over towards the village to the southwest, and then roundabout down to the Kenku. Because I have a feeling the Kenku aren't exactly going to be forthcoming in their in conversation.
Well, we'll see.
Could I get a perception from Rodelac, from you specifically?
Sure. One moment. My perception. Okay, I've got +7. Is this pertaining to the investigation?
Yes.
Okay, so that's +8 then. Here we go. Rolling the die. 15. So that is a +8. So that is a 23.
Okay. You hear from the corner of your ear. There's a warren nearby that has several of the younger kobolds, and from there you can hear them talking about some stories, some horror stories. Like for kids, just scary stories around a campfire. And they're talking about Kenku.
How about... I have a feeling that we could probably get a little bit of a context from that. So I have... My character, Rodelac, is very big on stories and mythology and the like, as part of his academic background. So I imagine that I could do a lore check based on the story they end up telling to try and glean a little of what might be happening within the storyline. May I attempt that? Okay.
Absolutely.
So that is a +12 for this.
Soba's also just sitting and listening with the kids. They're like, like 4 times the size, but they've still pulled up a little square of carpet to sit on with everyone else.
22.
Okay. And what exactly are you trying to glean out of it? Like,
So, do you have the story for it, or is it like more of a generalized thing?
it is a tale of a cruel Kenku that is mustache twirling and doing the fantasy. What would the fantasy equivalent of tying someone to a railroad track be?
Tying someone on a log and letting them drift down a waterfall.
Actually, I was going to say like tying them to a post to sacrifice them to what giant beast is in the area.
That also works, I guess.
Unfortunately, in this particular context, that
burial.
would be sacrificing them to the dragon.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Maybe that ain't it, Chief.
Throwing them into a volcano? I don't know.
I think because don't ask me about where this one comes from because I don't fully remember, but I remember it being a thing from a long time ago when I was in my first campaign, at least in AD&D. Slathering someone in pork fat and leaving them tied in the woods.
Oh, jeez.
Mm.
I was going for mustache twirling, not more than homicidal. I was gonna have there be some brave and valiant warrior that saves them, but
that was
Yeah,
the
I
equivalent of
feel
tied
like
on the railroad tracks, though.
that tracks, but it feels more brutal somehow. Sorry, go ahead, GD.
I feel like my suggestion is top/closest to what you were imagining.
Yeah. No, yeah. I like the going down tied on a board going down a waterfall. I think that one.
Also,
works
then you
both
can
ways.
then you can make the Emperor's New Groove reference.
So where are we? Yes. So you are able to get a healthy amount of information, and from what it is, from your understanding of story structure and all that, I mean, we're all drama majors here. We all have that.
Well, except me.
Honorary in your case. But it's a coming of age story because it's always a coming of age story. It's and it's of a kobold who is overcoming their fear and going out to save their clan and family because there's definitely self-sacrificial undertones in it. The idea that the good of the many is more important than the good of the few, and the character sort of becomes enlightened when they realize that they have nothing to fear because if they succeed, then everything will save the clan, and regardless of whether or not they survive. It's a little bit, not the kind of tale you would have heard growing up, but many of the notes are there. Many of those coming of age notes are there, and it sounds like the Kenku is more of a stand-in as a generic villain, like as a boogeyman, so to speak. But
I like Sorry.
Go ahead. No, okay, go ahead.
I just like the idea that it's like a kobold that's literally just afraid of everything. Like he comes upon a rock, he screams. He comes across a blade of grass, he screams.
That do me a mood though.
Which quite frankly just makes his triumph at the end of the story all the more remarkable.
But they go on and tell us about a couple.
Isn't that a My Little Pony episode?
Actually, I was more thinking of like an Earthworm Jim episode where Scarecrow lands on a planet that's guarding a valuable thing, but they're all terrified of everything, and they're constantly screaming in terror. And I think even the narrative goes, "The planet of the easily scared people."
What's noteworthy to you, Rodolak, is when they start telling another story, the notes of the villain are consistent. That's the part that's actually relevant to the investigation. Is that when they go on and tell another story, this one is a simple romance, fraught with, the villain of that story is also a Kenku, and is also described very much the same way, and every telling of the story has several minions and like evil henchmen sort of thing. And They're described in much the same. They're narratively roughly the same as the putties from Power Rangers, effectively, interchangeable and villains. But yeah, you notice a bit of consistency of the villains of the story.
Okay. Is there a descriptor of something that helps them stand out, like a crest or a particular type of garb or specific types of weapons that they normally would be carrying around? Or a way that the villain speaks in a lot of these? Like, does the villain do one of those mustachio villain caw, caw, caw kind of evil laughs?
You know what? Can we make him just Psy-Crow? Because it's already a crow. It's halfway there.
Give me another lore.
Sure.
Just because I want. Yeah, this is.
Sorry for the suggestion. Psy-Crow was involved.
That is a 26.
Good, perfect. Okay, I was looking for 25.
Ooh.
Yes. In both stories, they describe a pendant around their necklace that glints in the sun and hurts their eyes, as they describe it. But that description sounds a little bit familiar to you.
Recall knowledge. Would you be able to tell me that, or do I need to roll for that one?
You don't need to roll for that. Yes, I'll see if any of the players here can remember it.
We saw that the mayor had one of those, right?
Yeah. Actually, now that you mention it, the crow. I think one of you saw that the crow had the pendant.
Mm-hmm.
That flew away. The one that flew away.
I remember that. Yeah,
it did.
Mm-hmm.
Yay! I remembered something. My weirdly selective memory.
And it's consistent with the symbol that was on the effigy, the big knife statue, the big sword statue at Knife's Edge or Knife Point. What do we call it? It was Sword Coast, Knife Point. What was the name of the town?
Knife Point
yeah.
Market.
Knife Point Marketplace.
Yeah. At the Knife Point
And
Marketplace.
Also, that was one of the trinkets that Granny Biscuits had come by.
Mm-hmm. Is Granny Biscuits a Kenku? Or does the Kenku work for Granny Biscuits? Mm-hmm.
She had a whole bunch of things from the townsfolk, remember? That had been, that were important but had been lost or traded that she had collected.
Mm-hmm.
That is the information that you're able to glean. And quite a bit of information that is.
It is, yes. Because it sounds like that the Kenku either have a ringleader or somebody that is playing them to be their leader. Because we do know that there is some kind of shapeshifter in relation to this pendant. Do you, as he looks over and says, I recall there was a point where we had the Kenku, where we had a crow that had a pendant just like this. Do you think it's possible that the leader of the Kenku might be a druid?
Who are you asking?
I'm
Generally.
I was asking you, actually, Paul.
Oh, okay.
Because you were the one talking to me about this.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, that could be.
We wouldn't be able to tell for certain until we got a little bit more information from this, but if they are a druid, do you think that there are certain types of curses that druids could pull off for this kind of thing?
You'd have to be a druid. The magic here is stagnant because of this curse. That it would be a bad kind of druid to do that. I've
like
not
an
heard
evil
of that
druid
kind
or
of
an
druid.
incompetent one?
Evil. Like
Okay.
actively acting against the land.
Yes, but it does seem like the magic here seems to be more interested in open malice than most other things, so...
I mean, if a druid can heal, a druid can poison.
True.
I've done a little bit of study before. I can't say that absolutely for certain it's this. And out of character, this me presenting a thing, and I can send some pictures, Jade, for you if you wanted to have them for reference later.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with the term of a Durak?
A Dur?
Durak.
Oh, Durak? Not offhand.
URACH?
AGH.
AGH. Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm gonna send this over to Jade, and not just so that you got these for possible wants later. They're not dissimilar from a lich. They just originate from druidic ancestries rather than wizard ones.
Interesting.
Usually they appear in some sort of grudge, again, that's held by a forest.
Must be a dwarf.
A dwarf lich.
Warhammer.
Imagine a revenant with all the powers of an archdruid.
Don't you love it when the don't you love it when the DM just goes interesting and just leaves that like I don't know.
Yeah,
I was referring to
I thought you would
Warhammer.
like the idea. It might seem like something cool to inspire other stuff later, so I thought I would introduce it.
Also, I was referring to a Warhammer dwarf who live off the idea of grudges, essentially, partially.
Yeah, they hold grudges for eternity and they record them.
They literally have a book of grudges.
I think the best thing is their grudge thrower. One of their siege weapons is a catapult that slings slabs of stone with grudges carved into them.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You are surprisingly knowledgeable about a lot of PC-related things. I appreciate it.
What's the copper guy?
The copper dragon?
No, the copper, the old, like, Mesopotamian copper guy.
Anasir.
Yeah,
Anasir.
Anasir.
Yes, and that's...
Name needs work. Oh, send that to the PR department.
Yeah, so, like, man collected his own grudge sheets.
But in any case, grudges aside, let's hope there is none of those in the forest.
Yeah, let's definitely hope that.
In any case, I think the little outfits that we're making here for the kobold should be done by this point.
Yeah. Oh yeah, by this point, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So you make them. The kobolds have been watching you make them, and they're pretty good at crafting. You know, kobolds are very good at crafting. So they've been following along.
So it's like I like the idea that during the crafting, like when I'm pouring on the tar, I guess he just assumes that they don't know this, but he just says, "Be very careful with tar. It's flammable." He says as if he's experienced.
Also, as we're heating it to mix into polymers.
Mm-hmm. But it's a specific kind of heating. Just don't expose it to an open flame. Very important. Probably why he has that thing of his now to protect the eyes. Love making up lore on the spot.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to think that I'm a good DM for that.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't mind making up some stuff on the spot, but like minor details are always, I feel like, easiest to come up on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
I really, but yeah. So yeah, when it's finished and done, just goes, like it's like a shot behind the kobolds, and he's like risen above him. He just goes, so who wants to try them?
You very quickly have a volunteer.
Alrighty, let's get these on.
It's Koobles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kobold dress up party.
And basically, we're just making a polymer coated like leather apron and gloves, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because the main thing. Sorry.
A couple other kobolds actually protest because Koobles isn't old enough to take the role of one of the Dragon Keepers. As you know, that's usually given to the elderly because of the risk of the curse. But Koobles trust you. There is an overwhelming amount of trust in their large, wide eyes, and they want to help. Yes, partially because of that, but also partially because they see the confidence that you've been building, that you've been working on this with, and they understand the mechanics. It's just not something that they had ever considered. They just sort of had accepted this almost as a rite of passage because this has been done again for 500 years. So this idea is exciting.
I also like it because I just have like a naturally friendly face.
Oh, totally.
But yeah. Anyway, I dress up whoever they feel should be suitable for this task. But I have the utmost confidence that they should be safe. Of course, we won't know the results for a bit, but at least it's a better
At least
chance.
be much safer than they have been.
Yeah.
All right, and with that handled, they suit up and wait for the next time that something needs to be lanced or drained.
Right, I feel better. I say we go check on that goblin situation
I
now.
also recommend tying a piece of cloth in front of your mouth and nose when you do so, if at least for some protection for your breathing, just in case.
Yes, just in case it's not related to touch. Purely.
They rest their bagpipe on top of their head.
Perfect. Honestly, I feel like I've seen that in a cartoon before, actually. And of course, every time they breathe, you hear a sound from the bagpipe.
All right.
Also, bagpipe feels super appropriate for a kobold.
It really does. I love it. All right. Shall you onward, or have you more business here?
I leave that up to the rest of the party. My job is done here for now.
Right, you are offered to a passage through assisted passage through the mountains, should you desire it.
Before we go on, I think I'd like to request something, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to request we at least take a moment. There's a project that we're going to need to undertake. Do you mind if we do the construction here? Just so that we have somewhere that's not on the road that we need to do it?
Oh, yeah, you'll have to... We can clear out a den for you. Does that work?
I think just the flat space in the entryway should be plenty.
Oh, okie dokie.
And basically Cece is going to... We'll say that, like, she asked Soba to collect them while she was out getting hides. The saplings for Greenwood so that she can make the frame for the glider that we're gonna need later.
Right, the glider for later.
Soba has
Cusco's
harvested.
glider. What
We
was
need to
that
get
read,
this.
Dictator?
I was trying to do the poison for Cusco thing, but then
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like,
the poison,
yeah,
poison
no,
Cusco.
yeah, no, there's
Yeah.
no part.
Yeah, no, I heard it. I got it.
And Soba does return with a bundle of really nice, saplings, like a good, 4 centimeters or so thick. That just exactly kind of what you were asking for. One of them in the bundle is not cut at the base, but rather completely uprooted. And there's a big old there's a big
The
old
whole root
tap
ball full of dirt.
Yeah, the whole taproot and root ball is still attached. And Soba comes over to you and says, I have found another one of them. And sets down the stack of sets down the stack of wood with a thunk, 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 and one clang. Soba has found another of them, you see.
That's highly unusual. We need to figure out what's actually causing this to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Soba does not know. I have been in the mountains and I have not seen anything like this. But it would reinforce your pretty well, would it not?
I think it would end up causing a structural instability more so than support. Having one portion be made from a completely different material of a different weight and different strength, I mean.
It is very light and strong, but very well. You're the engineer, not I. I don't remember what accent Soba had. I'm just kind of, going with whatever.
Yeah, she kind of freeballed it loosely as Russian-ish.
Yeah, it was like Russian adjacent, and I was like, I'm just.
Soba will protect all you. Why am I heavy?
It's, as Shard likes to put it, Call of Duty Russian.
Wow.
I think that Magus just took psychic damage from that.
Oh.
Oh god,
Amazing,
I just now
though.
read that. I just read this from the chat. We all shared a single brain cell for that Cusco thought.
Yeah.
Resembles Hungarian more so than Russian.
Yet again, Jade, when she
is
moved,
actually, like, from... Yeah.
whenever Jade, I swear to God, every time Jade moves, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna show it. I got picture this time.
Why not?
Whenever you leave, it's like, turn off, sleepy.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just wanted to open a window because we were getting
I know,
a
it's
bit
just-
toasty in here. But like,
Yeah, but it's funny.
but if
to
you do that
imagine it.
if you do that in live 2D or in NPC face, it just looks like this. Like, look at how this is me walking away and talking from a little farther away.
You got
It looks dumb and bad.
so now you're just looking like you're talking down to me.
So, so yeah, I made a macro to swap it to the sleep one for when I need to get up and grab something.
Yeah,
so it
that's
doesn't lock
a
up
good
like that.
idea. It's cuter, I guess.
Mhm. Yeah,
I personally hide the capture when I step away.
yeah. I did that for a while. Then I decided that the sleep was just kind of cute.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
just,
it
it's just, yeah. It's just one of those little bits of polish that I like, Anyways.
This is...
I was gonna say, if you actually left and it like ended up in that perfect of a position, that's kind of miraculous that it ended up on that like that. But
No, that was just me sliding my my chair away from the camera.
Mm.
That is cool though.
Yeah.
So basically, with just like some thin green wood, we can bring together a frame that will weigh very little. And as long as we can like CZ constructs it into the shapes that are like the separate components, then it's not too large to be moved around either. It's just something that has to be like assembled, tied together, and lashed together like when we actually take off.
Yep, and so offers to carry it for you.
Flicker
So
wonders
basically
if he...
just goes onto the sled with the canvas that we still have.
Sorry, what was that, GD?
Flicker ponders the possibilities of implementing rocketry.
Yeah, that doesn't take too long, and honestly, you probably could have pieced together a big chunk of that while you were working on waiting for parts of the suit to boil or cure or handle out. So yeah, that's easy to say that that's handled. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait and not let you roll the crafting check for it until you're ready to use it. So
No,
we're just
that's
gonna
valid, so we don't know if it's going to be
I like
problematic
the
or not
idea that
until we
we're-
actually take off.
I'm just the way I'm imagining it is like we're midair. The narrator says, "Roll your crafting," and you roll a natural one. And while we're midair, the whole thing collapses, like just
So,
disassembles itself. We hang
Why
out.
it takes us like
It'll
15
be-
seconds to realize like it's a Wile E. Coyote cartoon.
Yes.
to be clear, like to put it this way though, it would be a lot more cool rather than just being like, oh, you rolled a nat 1, it falls apart. To be more like, you notice as you're taking off that you've got the canvas is starting to slip on one wing, so you're listing to one side. Hey everyone, try to repair it in mid-flight.
Yeah, that's what I would do actually. That's how I would handle it.
I mean, I
would
don't
go-
mind that too.
Just dramatic tension, right? That's what I'm going for.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I would probably go for something the same. It's just that I always think in like, what's the funnier version of this? Also, there's something about this particular game that just brings out all of the cartoon thoughts and making them into a D&D. Well, I know it's Pathfinder, but I just use D&D as shorthand these days.
Same. For all that we're actually using Pathfinder's rules, this is like
Yeah. I mean, I'm a Dragonborn in a thing that, weirdly enough, doesn't have a Dragonborn, but has a Kobold subclass. But yeah, it's like, because just as I mentioned that like moment of the Planet of the Easily Scared People, I got reminded of Psychro and the fact that we might have to deal with like Kenkus, and it's like my brain is now immediately like, what if one of them just goes like that weird laugh that he has from the show, and I hate that.
Oh, you got crisped out of
It
there.
completely cut out, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it picks up whenever I make noises like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it gets blocked by the noise canceling.
I'll send you that particular clip after the game.
Okie dokie. I love that. Okay, so yes, you have on your craft sled the Sova is pulling behind you. What do you
Sorry,
do? Sorry, go ahead.
I have to share this one because it was an old nickname. My first D&D group called it this when Pathfinder first came out. D&C&D. Dungeons and Cease and Desist.
Okay, I love that actually.
That's good.
So, what do you do with the metallic sapling?
I think it's just gonna get stored for right now.
Yeah.
We do have a bucket and
taking it
several
with?
vials.
Yeah. It's just
it's
like,
it is both very strong and very light.
yeah.
We'll be able to look into that later on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's something she's gonna have to get back to town to do something with it.
Honestly,
I think
yeah.
Cece has an idea of to do with it right now, but it's not something she can do without the specialized tools that aren't going to travel well.
That's valid.
Cece,
Hmm?
we got a sample from the copper disease that the dragon was ailed with, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that that particular curse might affect the plant? Now, I'm not saying, do it on the plant right now or something like that, but I'm saying perhaps at some point it might be worth investigating. It's entirely possible that the curse might end up being a byproduct of their initial plan and may have had implications far beyond what they expected.
Perhaps.
I'm saying that
Unfortunately,
it's
I don't have any tools that I can cut through this very easily right now.
yeah. I'm just gonna write this as like a curiosity in the notes here.
And just as a real-world analog, this is not what it is made of in-world, but the real-world equivalent, to give you an idea of what it's like, would be like titanium.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, if you heat and hammer, if you try to blacksmith titanium, it's really cool. It turns bright orange.
Ooh, cool. I know what I'm going to be watching after this. That sounds like an amazing. That sounds like an amazing rabbit hole to dive into.
Alex Steele made a video where he made a mini anvil out of titanium.
Sounds awesome.
Cute.
All right.
So there is one other thing that Cece has got to keep an eye out while we're traveling. We need something for lashing this together with now.
I mean, I think I got a couple of good ropes on me. A few good ropes.
That sounds like.
I think we have a coil of rope, at least one amongst us.
I mean, I think we all should have it. At least one
I've got it in
coil.
my adventurer's kit.
But I'd rather not compromise our climbing supplies if we need to use them.
Until we're there, yeah, sure.
Plus my hands are largely unoccupied if anyone is able to push me. So I could be working on something on our, while we are traveling.
So, but
I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind doing that.
For right now, what we need is I don't know if the same type of trees are here. But trees with fibrous bark is what we're looking for right now.
Roll me nature.
Can I maybe assist with that since I have, some knowledge of alchemy? I might know. Okay. Not the best nature, but
Not one.
oh, okay. Okay, it's my
So
to
it's
the
a
rest.
9 total.
I got
But I do have a black.
Ooh, I got 18 plus 6. That's 24.
Yeah, Cece has more of the book knowledge on plants, more so than the practical knowledge.
I am
And yet you are convinced that one of the trees that you saw should work perfectly.
And then Flicker tells you, no, I think that'll actually have a complete opposite effect.
I want a contested roll between CC's diplomacy and between GD's diplomacy and a forced roll for CC's deception. Because
Okay, her deception's not good.
I hope not.
I rolled a 19, though.
Oh, Oh god.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this went
So
exactly
that's a
as
19.
Yeah, I don't think Quartz prepared me quite for this. Hold on. So that's a 6 plus 8. Yeah, that's not gonna be enough.
I love this game.
To be fair, though, the second that we actually try to take the fiber from the tree, it's gonna be obvious. But no, I am sure that like it's a similar bark pattern. I'm sure that's gotta be fibers underneath. That's definitely the right kind of tree.
I don't know about I don't know about this, Cece. I don't know about this, Cece.
Well, no, Flicker, that was the roll. You were deceived. You were deceived by the unintentional deception from Cece. That's what the check was.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess also, well, if you're sure. That's the only alternative line I can say.
Fair.
Other than maybe I come up with something incredibly sassy that I did not intend to be, that this character would not intend to be sassy. Well, I'm sure it's not going to have the opposite effect. If you say so. There.
And then we go over to the tree and cut a chunk of bark off to try and get the fiber and pull a long strip, and it's just like, there's no fiber in here.
Ha!
Well, no, don't worry. I'll tell you what happens when that becomes relevant. Just put a pin in that.
Oh boy.
What?
Oh, are you going out and looking at the trees right now?
Yeah, basically it's just like stopping by the trees on our way out of the cave.
Oh no, the one you'll have to travel a little ways to find them. Not right here. So
Yeah, it was, the plan was like checking trees as we travel, because before we go up the mountain is our last chance to get woodland materials.
You are offered to be led through the mountain. If you want, we can take you to the other side. There's a pass here.
That would be wonderful.
I think
Much
we
preferable
might
to going over.
I think we might be better served by going over than going through. And I realize how insane that might sound. But
They'll never expect it from above.
Especially
our
considering
exit plan from the mountain range is to take advantage of the altitude, correct?
Oh yeah.
So if we travel through the mountain, then we'll need to travel over the mountain on our way back, without any idea of the treachery or the path that we'll need to take. While if we climb up and then descend down, we can establish ourselves anchors and such on the way down to reuse later.
Actually, so did we spend maybe a day at the kobold lair?
Yeah, between the crafting and the story time and the conversations, I think it's pretty safe to say that you're going to be spending the evening.
Okay, then may
I think that tracks. Yeah.
Then may I ask for turning the 2 gadget slots that I have for the day into both into grappling hooks?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. So, the travel over the mountain despite it being your plan, you knew full well this is going to be hardest on you, Cece.
Yep.
Yeah. There are several points where the litter looks nearly ready to fall over, and several points where you need to be picked up and carried by the already burdened Soba.
I can enlarge Soba for some of those.
Okay.
Doesn't it last like just a minute? Well, I guess.
Yeah, but that's usually enough.
Okay.
I just need a survival check from each of you.
Oh boy.
Besides, I think that Sova would really, really appreciate being enlarged.
I like
So-
the fact that I'm a
Honestly, true.
squire.
Yeah.
Actually, no. I guess being a squire makes sense that I don't have any survival. Kind of. Yep, that tracks. 3.
Mhm.
So I got a 16.
All right, let me see about mine.
I
My
got
survival's probably not going to be that great.
8.
My survival on.
Oh, by the way, I have a
roll.
platinum chip here. Does that carry over from session to
Yes.
session? I forgot.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
Wish me
It's
luck,
on-
folks.
You okay?
Oh god.
I got a
Ooh.
I got a 2. And with my
Oh.
stats, that is a 2.
Nice.
Ouch.
Wow, we're both in the same boat, except I am literally just one better than you at not dying in the woods. Kind of tracks, honestly.
Sorry, I saw a thing the book said in your chat, and it's a very good point.
Let me check.
For a second there, I had
Fire
to
engineer.
take a moment and remember what site you stream on.
Hey, I resent
Which-
that.
I
The red
resemble
shirt.
that remark.
I resent.
Everybody who, let's see here.
I'm supposed to equip the guys that become the red shirt, not be the red shirt.
All right, you have time to deal with this, but everybody who rolled below a 15 will be losing HP equal to the difference between that and their roll. As a
Oof. Oof. Good thing I know how to bandage my boo-boos.
And also, as a point of note, definitely add the chips onto your character sheets that if you have, because they do track over. You have them until you use them.
All right. We haven't healed in a good while, have we?
I could do a medicine check. Can I?
I'm going
I
to. I think it's because you stayed roughly the night here. Because you stayed, for the evening and presumably leaving in the morning. I think you were saying, right?
Yeah.
I
That
think-
was my
Yeah.
presumption.
It's reasonable to say that you've. At minimum you've taken a long rest, and at best would have been. The characters who live in the world would have known enough to treat their own wounds, even if
Okay.
we the players forget.
So do I need to make a healing roll for that for a long rest, or does it get just healed back to full?
Let me double check.
It does not heal you to full.
Let me pull it up. One night it covers HP equal to your Constitution multiplied by double your level. But that's
Constitution.
Constitution. Oh, I'm sorry. Constitution modifier multiplied by twice your level, minimum 1.
Oh.
Oh, I did not know that. I just healed up to full.
So I healed 9.
That's a decent chunk. That's not bad.
I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't take that much damage from that one fight we had, but I healed myself up to full because I did not know that.
It's fine.
How would you heal 9?
Well, it's twice my level plus my con modifier, so that's
It's
9.
multiplied by twice your
Yeah.
con
Oh,
mod.
yes, and my con mod is 1.
Okay, so it'll be twice your con mod then. Or it's like twice your level then.
Yeah, 1 times twice your level.
Okay, so it'll be 8.
8. Yeah,
So
I
I was
also
Okay,
confused
sorry,
at
I'm-
how it was. I was confused
Yeah,
at how it was a 9. Yeah, I get it now.
Sorry.
maybe he's just level 3.
I'm level 4.
Well, oh.
I mean, I could maybe heal you for a
That's
little
about-
bit extra.
It's
just
alright. Like, I come back and it's like,
number
alright, almost a
doubled.
third of my health is
Yeah,
gone.
no.
Yeah.
You're
It was
right.
number
You're right, I
doubled
was-
getting odd number. I was very confused.
It's just like just Rodalak's fur is all mussed up. His jacket is kind of slung to the side. He keeps slapping his neck full of mosquitoes. He's just having a miserable time.
Yeah, and this is also part of like the climbing and the traversal as well. So yeah, it's taking its toll on you. And what, Sprig, is your Constitution modifier not include the square root of -2?
What?
Anyways,
Before we go up the mountain, though, do we manage to find any trees with fibrous bark, or?
yes. Well, you do as you're traveling. This is
Okay.
Okay.
And
And I pointed them out with my 24 nature.
Yeah.
and they are kind of fibrous. They're really bad though. Like the fibrous strips only go like a couple of centimeters, and like you could never actually weave something about it. But you weren't like entirely wrong, just functionally wrong.
This makes things much more complicated. I'm just
Okay, the way
I'm
those trees
speaking
are
from
loading in is really
the
cool.
experience of someone who has, speaking from the experience of someone who has on multiple occasions made rope from red spruce.
And before you get down to the foothills area, before you get down to the far side of the mountain, you have a really good view. You have just a phenomenal view of the world. Or at least that northern passage that you're going to be headed into. And the Goblin Hulk is not subtle.
The Goblin Hulk?
The giant ship that that nearly cascaded into you on the high seas.
I see it now.
But
I'm sorry, I was focusing on the forest. I did not see the.
Nice.
I did not see the ship for the forest.
yeah, it's not on top of you right now. It's not like right there. But
I don't see the
it
ship.
do be over there.
Yeah, just look in the direction of my bit of the table.
No. Did you see the roll?
For now?
Rolled a nat 2.
Oh.
Are you dead?
Am I?
Also, can I get my platinum back? It's not on this table.
Oh, right, sure.
Thank you.
Oh, we don't have the trust either, so we can't put objects out.
That really felt like.
Sorry, let me fix that.
It really had the energy of like, can I get my cookie?
Everyone's promoted now for your characters.
Thank you.
As you travel down and start to the mountain, it is an extremely treacherous path, as resulted in several injuries, none of which are, lethal, but several of which are extremely uncomfortable.
Wait,
Scratches, bruises,
how much
twisted
did I take?
ankles.
How much did I take?
What was
your
your
dice-
what was your survival check?
I got a 3.
Then you took 12 damage.
Okay, ouchie.
Mm-hmm.
I've got right now with the wounds that I had previously and stuff like that. I'm currently at 17 damage.
Can I potentially attempt a medicine check to?
It's fine. I just embrace the idea that I'm just not really good for rough traveling.
I mean, neither am I apparently, but apparently the person in the wheelchair is perfectly fine out
Well,
here.
that would be because she was carried about 50% of the way
That
by
is-
Soba.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. All I know is it's a good thing I got this helmet on. I feel like a couple of rocks fell on me.
Probably several. You come out into a wooded area, and this is the woods around Unveiled were old growth, but also like what's what I'm looking for.
Old.
They didn't. It didn't feel as old. It didn't feel as ancient of a wood as when you were traveling on it. This has a this area has, not shown on map, several downed trees and several marks of a healthy forest that's been here for a long time. But there's also some things that some out of place things. That's interesting. You have these little.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what's the detail on that?
There are several glowing bugs that seem to favor these tiny pagodas. The pagodas have, I don't know what word I would use for them, but they have a lot of dust and debris on top of them. They've been here for a long time. They look as though they are worn into the forest, but with just a little bit of scraping and investigation, you can see that they were once crafted. And several small insects that are together fairly bright just buzz around each of them.
This is some fine craftsmanship. This is some very fine craftsmanship right here. Yeah. I like the idea that I kind of stick my nose in there to look at the inside better.
I'm going to invoke my "that's odd" thing if there's anything of note that I need that seems really out of the ordinary about this place, because I'm getting the sneaking suspicion that this place is a little too well cultivated.
You get the sneaking suspicion that it was once too well cultivated, and
Okay.
what lies here are remnants and scatterings of, well, a time past. You definitely are correct in that vein, though. However, again, there is 500 years of dirt, debris, and detritus that have nearly sunk these things into the ground, and it's mostly the gatherings. Each of these still has several of these bugs gathered around them, and that's what brought your attention to them to investigate a bit further.
Okay. All right then, should we move forward? By the way, could you remind me where on the map we are? Oh wait, the map's not here.
Oh, no, it's not here. Heck. You are north of the mountains now.
Alright, so let's go ahead and I think we should probably make our way. We've got two directions here. We can either try looking at the lake to the right or the ruined pagoda thing to the left. What do you think?
Hold on one tick here.
While we're waiting, are any of you familiar with the story of Eric and the gazebo?
No.
No.
Yes.
A little bit, yeah. I'm unfamiliar with it being referred to as Eric in the gazebo, but I'm familiar with the
Same,
gazebo.
I'm familiar with the gazebo story, but
The
I'll be honest,
the Wikipedia for it is Eric and the gazebo.
really?
Apparently, the original story used Eric as the player's name. So
I was expecting this to be maybe a little pixie town or something, to be completely honest.
I mean, it still might be.
Psst,
Oh, hey.
psst.
There's another person.
Looking around.
I look around. Where's the sound coming from?
I'm gonna use my occultism.
To our left.
No, they're trying to get your attention, but subtly.
If there's an occultism, I find it.
Wow. I regret to inform you that there's not, but I mean...
Good job.
Guys,
You are certain that there is no curse on this
occultism.
glade.
I'm trying to think of a yes and in my head. It's just like, no. It's like there just ain't, sorry.
I love that. I love that when I accidentally placed Flicker on top of here. He tumbled like down in front of the like this. Oh well, now he fell down properly. There you go.
Hearing the whispered like beckonings, though, she kind of like tries to scrunch down a little bit lower in her chair as she wheels over.
What?
Oh,
and the chair really wants to go to the sky, I guess. Okay, there we go.
Oh, we didn't think there would be anyone else here except for goblins.
Why are you out?
Why are we out?
Why wouldn't we be?
We're here to deal with the goblin problem.
Day schedule check is me. Go check task. Go check task list. Shh, I won't tell. You know, they nod their head, and you can get a sense of concern for your well-being, though you have no idea why.
Okay, do we know
That's
this
always
person?
what you want to hear.
You do not know this person, though.
Their particular way of speaking is a little bit strange that I'm having a hard time parsing it. I'd like to do an intelligence check.
Okay, you can do it as raw intelligence. Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, I'm trying to think of what would make sense in terms of language. Would it be society?
It would be society.
Yeah, I was
I'm gonna
gonna
do a
ask.
society check.
Yeah, can I do that too? I feel like
you
I-
can.
Go ahead.
GD, you cannot. However, Cass can.
Okay.
Because if you ask me, and if I didn't know any better, I'd say his language is getting scattered a bit, like he's got some kind of jumble curse or something. So
This is a society check?
Well, this is where the occultism roll comes into play, because you're certain that it's not a curse.
It's
Yes, I used the 20.
not some kind of language scrambling curse.
Yes,
Yeah,
I used the
it's
20.
not I promise, it's not a curse.
Is this in relation to either of my investigations?
No, it is not.
Okay, I got a 15.
Okay. And Cass,
Yes?
roll me society.
Alright. This is what I'm best at.
All right. Society.
Oh.
That's a
Okay.
19, so that's actually a 20. I have a
Okay.
+1.
Nice. Okay. That will do it.
Nothing but
That's.
20s.
I did not expect anyone to actually make that check, but you know what? Sure, by all means. They are speaking in a pidgin dialect, using the grammatic structure of Goblin.
Pigeon. Like bird. Like kenku.
You've uncovered the plot.
The Kenku are actually just goblins in big bird suits.
Yeah.
no.
Kenku is just two goblins. Some stuff.
I think Cece is actually gonna switch to speaking in Elvish for a moment, and she kind of like clears her throat for a second because she's not used to speaking in it very often, usually only around like investors or something. But she'll try to speak to Rodalak. I think he might be one of the slaves that the goblins mentioned having.
Yeah.
He inhales a sharp, deep breath when as soon as you start talking, and goes, "No, No talk. You new here. Learn fact. Learn fact.
All right, I'm gonna have to do an insight check of some kind to be able to parse, because I'm having a hard time understanding what it's saying as a player.
Yeah. Maybe that's by design.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to recall knowledge. I don't have a lot of experience with goblin language, but I do remember speaking a little bit to our two goblin friends that I might be able to parse intent and get by a little bit on this one.
Sure.
So what skill would I be rolling on? Lore or society?
It would be society, but I would let you roll diplomacy for it if you wish.
I'll take diplomacy.
Okay.
That is a 20.
Okay. There's context that you're missing that you simply do not know yet. However, you're able to piece together that they are telling you to put. You're able to piece together that they're afraid for your safety, and in part because you're not talking the way that he's talking. And what he had said before was to go check. I'm just going to give you a direct translation. It was go check with the taskmaster. I'm the one doing this today.
Okay.
Between you and
responds, think. Much to do, yes.
yes. Whew, yes. Fine berry, yes?
Fine berry. Which bush be for berry?
Berry bush, sugar bush, any bush, sugar bush.
Flicker, you were saying something about a language curse?
That was not me. I was making pre-drunk conclusions.
As he gives a wave, like, KK, sleep over eyes early morning. Where be, watch over?
Watch over ship, yes?
He's like, basically I'm saying, like, where's the foreman?
Yep, ship.
Yeah. Ship.
Okay,
yeah.
All right, so, I guess we'll look for the ship.
It's...
I don't see the point. Oh, is that
If you look off the corner by...
Oh god, you didn't see it either.
No, where is it?
I'm
sorry, this board is really dark on my end.
If you
okay.
Go to my
Okay,
end.
now I
the
see
side
it.
of
All
the
right,
board.
there it is. Okay.
Yeah, it's...
Both
So
of
the
us
joke-
failed perception checks hard.
Alright, as he looks over to
the camera
the,
down, so I didn't notice it at first either.
he looks over to the rest of you and makes like a small gesture on his, like tapping his nose twice as if to say, all right, we've gotten what we need from this person. Let's walk away from her a little bit. I have information to share.
Yes, we parched all that.
You parched.
Yeah.
You
Hydrate.
parched.
I can use a lexicon.
They nod. Oh, sorry. They nod and go back to kind of browsing around the different bushes and just sort of wandering around foraging. Foraging things.
As we're walking away, Rodelac looks at the others and says, "It appears we found ourselves a goblin work."
Yes, I thought his manner of speech sounded familiar.
So if we're going to be trying to get more information about this, we're going to have to strip down some of our front-facing flags and signs of loyalty and see if we can't speak to the foreman about the assignments for the day. See what they're doing here. We could blend in with that on that, or we can sneak up and try to overhear some of it. Though their language is a little bit hard to parse. A little bit, I confess.
It's worth pointing out that a couple of the party members may stand out slightly.
Yes.
Yeah,
Obviously.
just a little bit.
Yeah.
The one sitting down and the one standing at 2 meters tall in particular.
Yeah.
I might be able to blend in. I'm the only one green here.
So, Cece, Soba, would you be willing to be our backup? Set up a small camp around here to get a bit of a scouting of the lay of the land while the rest of us go and investigate? Or do you want to, or are you not on board with splitting up the group, as it were?
I think that I may be able to create an ambush point of sorts in case of emergency for you to flee back through.
That would be good.
Mm-hmm.
And with Silva's help on some brute force where necessary would make that much more attainable.
I could maybe sneak or board the ship and say, Taskmaster told me to repair ship. I'm very good at ship repair. Potentially.
I'm not sure that the goblins will even think of ship repairs. Their ship is mostly just a heap of random parts that happen to be hammered together enough
Yeah,
to float.
but you still gotta shore up the holes that are there.
Yeah, I imagine on a ship like that, they're just like constantly doing repairs.
Yeah. Keeps the crew busy.
And the ship afloat.
Well, yeah, obviously.
I imagine though that their
Then-
idea of repairs is not the same as our idea of repairs.
That I
To
would
help
agree
with
with.
repairs,
That's
they're like
fair.
to send you off and chop down a tree for lumber to stuff the hole with.
Or find another boat to stick to it.
Oh, maybe I... Although you have to have something that's a little bit more advanced that I can fake being there for repair purposes, like maybe the ballista.
Do you imagine that they would let their slaves anywhere near their weapons, though?
I don't imagine the average slave can just lift up a ballista and yoink it.
But it's a weapon that could be turned back on their oppressors, right?
Depends. Are these the kind of up to Jade, of course? Are these the kind of weapons that are on a swivel, or the kind that are like 360 degree facing outward?
They were on an so you know from when you were at the ship itself that they were 90 degree swivel arc. Or, you know, when it was you were next to it. However, you haven't been next to it for, you know, a little while. Like, yeah.
Well, it was
can't
it
quite-
was an idea.
Yeah. And although you did see it on the mountaintop, you were too far away, and now it's just a little bit difficult to see it by detail. It's huge enough that you can see where it is now. But
I mean, if I was able to see it on the mountaintop, I do have a spyglass.
oh, you know what? I'll take that. Sure.
Yeah.
From the roll me. Yeah, just give me a perception.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and this is nothing else. This is perception.
The lens is smudged.
That sure is the goblin ship. You're certain of it. You're certain of it.
Actually, how much did I put anything into? So that's that plus 6. 5 plus 6, 11, of course.
Okay. There's not a lot of detail you can make out. Actually, wait. You rolled a 3 on survival. Your spyglass needs just a little bit of repair, and you didn't have a good look at it when you were on the mountain.
You know what? That's a good explanation.
It got chipped on the way down, so you couldn't really get a good look at it.
It's kind of like you're saying to yourself, I can make do with this.
Yeah, you can repair it easily enough, but you do not have that information right now. Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, that's fair. I
It's
appreciate
reasonable.
I appreciate the reasonable deduction.
Thank you.
Well, also the thing kind of blends in unless you got a good look on it. I mean, look at that thing. Well, I can't say I got a good look. I should have fixed this lens. One of those rocks must have hit it.
All right,
So-
shall we get going? Shall we?
Go ahead.
invest-
I just need a recap of what the plan currently is.
Well, right now, CC and Soba are going to be setting up a ambush point / base camp, while the rest of us go toward the ship and see if we can either get glean their marching orders, either by blending in as the workers or by overhearing their conversation.
Right. Well, I pull out a bucket. Well, time to pick some berries, I guess. And I go over to the nearest bush.
While you do that, give me one quick second. I'm having a little bit of heart. Hold on.
That's
I'll
fine.
be back in a minute.
Sure. Time check is we are at 2.5 hours, 2 hours 20 minutes now. Or 2 hours 10 minutes actually on the stream time.
My sleep schedule is whacked, so I can keep going.
Okay.
On a side note, if we're just gonna, wait. Started watching Angry Beavers again for some reason. I just got into a random mood for it, and now I occasionally hear the sound of nyeh, nyeh, from Daggett occasionally in my head. Yeah. Also, Spooty is a good insult. Spooty water. I just love like insults that are very unique to a show.
Yeah. Or like insults that only work in a unique context, like
This
Niwa-
womp. Sorry.
My
you
brain
were saying.
went to what was it? It was new. Dang it. I'm forgetting what it was.
Oof.
It's gonna bother me if I don't look it up.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, it's Nawa. From
Nawa?
that's from the Elder Scrolls series. Actually, do they use that in Skyrim?
It's been too long since I played it, so I couldn't tell you.
It's a Dunmer word, which actually has some interesting in-world lore. Because Nawa is it's an insult. It's a way of talking down to somebody. But they actually have a lot of lore in the world. The etymology of Nawa means two things at the same time: slave and foreigner. And it's like that's the Dunmer word for foreigner also means slave, and that tells you a lot about their culture. Like that's kind of cool.
Yeah, that tracks for the Dunmer from what I understand of them.
And yes, that is in Skyrim.
That is in Skyrim. Okay,
But
I know it was
is
all over the place in Oblivion.
But Spooty is a lot funnier to say.
That's fair. That one rolls it.
Actually,
Fantasy insults.
you know what I find fascinating. Actually, the fact that in a lot of the episodes, at least so far, Daggett is still the dumb one, but he weirdly enough is the one to first go for like the more responsible option. Like there's like the biggest example of this is like, oh, their sisters are coming over, and he just like straight up reads a book on how, and like children need structure. Meanwhile, Norbert, the guy who literally has like secret rooms full of stuff and like technology, is like laid back and lazy about it. It's kind of weird from what I remember of the show. I did not remember that particular dynamic.
I also remember Pirates of Dark Water. They did a really good job of having in-world slang and curse words that really sound right for the piratey water, like aesthetic they have, while still being very unique, like Naja Dog and Noite Dat, just as a damn it sort of thing. And it's like, but they say it often enough because they're pirates, they're sailors, they curse, but their curses are fantasy words, and Noite Dat just has a really good roll off the tongue. It just sounds like it's a curse to me.
I always if ever I'm playing like in a sci-fi setting or whatever, I try to keep in mind to like just as an insult call someone like you Nashirian dog or you Nashirian Drixlax or something like that. You just have to like keep making up stuff that that can just be like a very nasty animal, because that's how most insults. Most regular.
One I actually on the show that I work on, the Sojourn, the sci-fi audio drama, they actually have a person who's in charge of phonics and language.
Nice.
And they actually have like some like phrases and stuff that they use. Like unioners in the show will call like people who are not loyal to the union, but like work for like the Centron force or whatever, but we're from the union. They call them spinners.
I was expecting scabs, but that makes sense.
Yeah, that is neat. And honestly, like sci-fi as a genre, having a specific linguist on staff makes a lot of sense. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, just look at Asimov's works. Like the evolution of language that's used in those books just really sell the world as being honest and real.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, what were we up to right now?
Right. So I believe you're going to split the party. A fantastic idea that all players
always
look
good.
forward to.
Never
It just
backfires.
it's one of those things that's like it feels so natural as a narrative thing.
Are
but
you
it's
sure
like
about that?
but the game punish you for it.
No, I mean it does feel natural. Like let's split up and go do our individual things is a thing that happens all the time in real life.
It is, yeah. It's just funny because of you get it.
Yeah, yeah.
Are y'all thinking that I can pass as a goblin? Because I'm like a 5 foot tall something human.
I might be able to smear some stuff on you. You'll look dirty.
Yeah, I'll still be several feet too tall.
I was actually thinking that. Ow, jeez, what the heck? Really hurt.
You good?
Well, I was not thinking that.
Sorry, I hurt for some reason. I think I've got like a torn ligament in my right leg. Sure.
Oh, jeez.
Ouch.
Anyway,
That sounds awful.
Dictator.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm blanking on your character tonight. I'm tired.
Flicker.
Flicker. I was thinking actually Flicker would be the closest one that could resemble them.
Yeah. No, I agree.
So let's give Flicker like a mask or something, or like a helmet.
I just like the idea that you put a mask on him and it's like a goblin mask, and it just goes on the tip of his of his muzzle. Like that's the only part it covers if you are looking at him directly from the front. But yeah, maybe he can. Maybe if he like crouches down and does like the duck walk, maybe he can pass.
I mean, I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah.
There was no one following the other dude, and they weren't dressed as a goblin.
I mean, I was wondering about that, but I think some of the goblins might actually keep track of the slaves. So,
Are we? Oh, the cat hair mustache situation. All right, let's just go.
I'll just explain the thing that I did really quick over here. So Cece is going to have her spiders basically spin a web of their steel thread between those trees, so it's basically impassable. The trees on this side, she's gonna scatter caltrops through it. And then right here is a very shallow trench. And we're gonna make some sharpened wooden stakes and just throw like some dead leaves and twigs and stuff on top of them so that they're less visible. And then if people need to, like if they need to run from the ship, this is our fallback point. And basically we've got a rope tied to the stakes that are all tied together and laid across the trench. And when they run across it, Soba just pulls the rope, raising the spikes. Raises the spikes, and then there's basically a kickstand that falls down that's nailed onto them. So that they'll stay up. So any goblins right on their heels go straight into the trench and spikes, making it impassable, or they go into the steel wire, which is impassable, or they go through the caltrops and hurt their little feet. And then because there's a pond here, they can't really go that way either, so they'd have to go all the way around the back of the pond to reach us otherwise.
I mean, I imagine the pond is shallow.
Yeah, but even a shallow pond is going to slow down goblins significantly.
Yeah.
That is true. That is true.
All right.
It's the best spot that Cece could find nearby that was, like,
Defensible.
somewhat defensible.
Yeah.
And as for the rest of you,
In terms of what we need to do. All right. Well, first things first. I'm going to see if we've got any like front face. I'm going to take any piece of my clothing that looks fancy and pack it away, or leave it with Cece.
okay.
I'm going to keep my stiletto pen on me. Because I imagine that like carrying around with weapons would be immediately a giveaway. I'm going to carry my flint and steel, my chalk, and that's all I really got on. I've got the legible book with dissection of creatures on it, but I don't want to like take that with me.
You can leave things with Cece and Soba.
Yeah, that's what I plan to do.
We gotta get ourselves some a bag of holding.
I figure I have hidden myself as a beggar a number of times in my hiding from people, so I'm just going to go ahead and that's a 29 deception check. I figured that would be good for disguise.
Yeah, I'll make my
you're
deception
golden.
roll too.
You can use deception is correct. It would be correct for that. And yeah, no, you were able to take on.
That is a 19.
Okay. Koss, you were even able to take upon you some of the mannerisms of a slave or a servant, the downcast eyes, the walk with just a little bit of a slumped shoulder. That you're able to emulate beyond just the physical appearance. It's a bit harder for Rodelac to mask in that sense, but you do manage to get your look pretty good. Though under scrutiny, a bit of the ivory tower might shine through.
My only problem is I don't know where to hide all of my stuff.
Again, you can just leave it with CC and.
I suppose so. I am going to take at least some of my pouches and hide. I want to say. No. I think part of the ways that the gadget is supposed to work is. Actually, I think I can just hide my hand cannon in one of my pouches. Actually, kind of the advantage of it.
So, what I want you to do, all of you, minus CC, is I want you to roll a stealth check for every, I'm going to say, contraband item that you want to take with you.
Okay.
So you have you've rolled deception. Sorry.
Yeah. Right now, my contraband would be my pen. Yes.
And what was your roll for deception for GD?
Let me check. Let me check now.
Yep. So this is for you with putting on some sort of yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like put the glove with the hand cannon inside like one of my pouches.
Mm-hmm. So that's stealth.
Oh, okay, that's not bad. 13 plus.
Oh wait, no, I don't have my stiletto pen. I gave it to Hisham.
15.
15 is it?
Yeah, for my thing.
Okay.
I guess. Let me check what other weapons I've got. I've got my main gauche.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what that is.
Do you still have the scythe?
Yes, I'm gonna keep the parrying dagger, but I'm going to give up the scythe.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. I'm not carrying any weapons.
Well, I am feeling a bit naked without my armor and shield, but it is what it is. I like the idea that Flicker doesn't take off his helmet very often, so he's like, oh, so that's how it feels there. He hasn't felt it in a while.
All right. Whenever you are ready to proceed.
I also got a not barrel, a bucket of berries.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
right.
I saw the picture, and yes, I agree. One of the nice things about tabletop sim is just being able to place and orient the figures so they look like they're actually talking.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's ADHD fidget. Like I might even be making viewers nauseous, right? But I just pan the camera around and move it around just because it feels.
Oh yeah. Oh, what do you
Good?
think? What do you think my hand moving around is for me?
Yeah,
I'm just
exactly.
moving the camera around.
But just moving it to cool camera angles and as people are talking helps me fidget and focus better about things. Just ADHD moods.
Yeah, I have the same. I try to do the same.
I have the same thing, but I try to avoid doing it with my mouse.
Yeah.
Right then.
I don't even notice that I'm doing it.
I always have stuff on my desk that I fiddle with.
Right then. So you're gonna start heading in the direction of the Hulk?
Yep.
Yeah. Shall we make our way? Oh wait.
On the way. This is.
We fused.
Help.
What was that?
We fused.
I've accidentally fused.
Oh,
I mean,
no,
we were close, but I didn't think we were this close.
You guys are just the fly now.
Oh no. Here we go. All right, we head over.
On your way, you walk directly by this.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is, let's just call it somewhat conspicuous.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Oh, that looks like the forge back in town.
Mm-hmm.
The top
Yeah.
part of it, specifically.
You think it's a forge?
It's
Could be the
the
remnants
top
of
part. It might
Yeah,
have.
It was a joke.
Oh,
It's a ruin.
Mhm.
Let's check it out.
yeah, pretty much.
Below the statues, in small little piles, there are little clumps of red crystal. Not like, beautiful sharp-edged crystals, but like little, if you've ever seen like, raw ruby, So it's more like that. It's...
Ooh, are they fire crystals?
I mean,
I
Hello?
don't know.
how are you going to track
Do you know how to
these?
check?
Yeah, can I check?
Okay. Tell me what you're going. How you're going about that, though.
I guess I'll just try and pick one up to examine closer. And Arcana or Perception, up to you. Or whatever you think, actually.
Well, it's whatever you think, because I want you to sell me on it. Tell me what you are looking for and how you're going about it. Because it's not just, whoa, what is this? It's you roll it over your hand, you try to reach out to it. Like, tell me what you're doing, and I'll go from there.
Okay, so since the way Flicker uses it, he picks it up with one hand, he examines it closely, and then he flicks it a little bit with his other hand, with his hand's claws, to see if it reacts like the fire crystals he uses for the hand cannon.
They're very sturdy and are lightly thrumming with magical energy. Can someone...
these are...
Go ahead.
I was just about gonna say, they're definitely magical.
Oh.
What were you gonna say, Jay?
Does this place look recently disturbed?
There's footprints around it, yeah. Not disturbed in the sense of, like, a whole lot of, like, I don't know, but there are footprints around here. How's that for an answer?
Yeah. Doesn't
Do any of them
that
look like
they've,
they lead in?
No. I mean, this is just a hollow precipice here.
Okay.
I would like lore from everybody who's nearby this.
Okay, I can do that.
A laurel? Sure.
That's my specialty.
Well, all right.
Apparently,
my lore is curse related. Are there any curses related to this? I got a 20.
my lore is I don't know the lore.
I got a 23.
Nice.
I mean, if it's heraldry related, then it's like I got a 11.
Flicker, they taste funny.
Yeah, I probably would have did not. Yeah.
Checking to see if it's a wooden nickel.
Yeah.
The other two of you.
You got sold two wooden crystals once.
The other two of you remember some of the magic of the Gripply. The red crystals that they use for their spellcasting.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that.
There was all the way when you were disembarking the ship. One of the Gripply you cast a spell that, and coated their hands in red crystal and were able to lift up something several times their size. It was just a type of spellcasting that you were unfamiliar with.
Yes, yeah, okay. Yeah, then I should probably recognize that. I've recognized this on my first try.
And you may have seen it once or twice in town for other things as well. It's not not that other types of spells as well, but that is a spellcasting component that the Gripply use.
Now
Anyways,
now what would we be doing here in such a clump? Sorry.
anyways, a couple people start to walk by you. They just sort of, glance in your direction, and then keep on walk curiously.
All right. First, perception check on how they're dressed, what they're doing, and I'm also going to deception by making it look like we're looking around for berries and stuff.
Okay.
Can I contribute to that by like just dropping the red crystal into the red berry thing, bucket I already have?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So first off, perception.
Wow.
What did you get? Oof.
Second roll is my deception. That is a 13.
You are really too fascinated by these gemstones to really put too much of an effort forth on that front.
I'll
I said-
take a look at them real quick as they go by.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just 20s tonight. That's all I'm getting. It's 20.
20s all the way down.
20s all the way down.
Well, this is certain.
There's a casual nonchalance to them. They see you and don't think twice of you. They just say, "Oh, okay," and keep on walking in the direction of the Hulk. They have some some packs and satchels. Flicker, give me your perception on that.
Okay.
Hmm.
11.
Would you like to use your platinum piece?
Yes. if you have to ask, if you ask like that.
Just, no reason. Just curious.
Yeah. Okay, a bit better. 13 plus 6, 19.
Okay. Okay. Between viewers and Cass, which one of you notices the scarification on the back of their hands?
Wait, on the slaves?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it might be more Kaz's thing, but
Yeah.
I might notice the scars themselves.
You notice the scars. You like nudge me and point, and I notice that it's intentional scarring.
Alright. Hey. I assume those are from the from the goblins.
That would make sense to me. Yeah.
Do you think we should try to make something that looks like that?
How complicated is it?
It's not that complicated. It's roughly in the shape of an M with a line below it. But
Okay.
in the way, not in the way that invokes a letter, but in the way that invokes a mountain range.
I will cover my hand in a bandage. Because I've always got bandages with me.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, it's going to be a little bit harder. I suppose we could.
I do have some bandages on my feet, and I'm not just talking the model.
Well, Rodelac specifically, how furry are the backs of his hands?
He looks at his hands. It's like, pretty. Reasonably so.
Do these look like brands?
Yes.
Does anybody have some little scissors?
Probably out of the three of us, I would probably be the one to produce it.
You absolutely would have that available.
You might need a trim, and maybe we'll rub some of these red rocks on there to redden it up. They won't look that hard as long as it's got the right shape. Cut out of the fur. The only other thing is we might need to singe you a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah, this might hurt.
Just, I don't know.
No, I mean, we should
something
be able
on?
to... on top of the fur?
I mean, you could shave it and then draw it on top of the fur, you know. I think that would be believable.
I don't think they're that careful. I think they probably would just take the brand and stick it against your hand.
Yeah, so let's just, like, draw it on or something.
Yeah,
It'll make it
so
look
the
believable.
edges of it would be a little singed. I'm not saying burn your hand, I'm saying burn the hair.
No, don't
Just a
worry.
little
I've gotten better at controlling my breath.
I mean, well, I mean, if you feel that it's what we need to do, I suppose
It would make it more believable.
Well, if believability is what's important, I suppose.
No, don't worry. I've gotten very careful at it.
He's been set on fire a number of times, so he knows about not setting people on fire. Don't worry.
I understand. It's not that.
Well, it's easier when you
don't
have
trust Flicker.
Well, it's easier when you have
it's
skills.
It's more along the lines of that. I'm not great with pain.
Oh, don't worry. I'll just send you fur. It won't come close, though. You might feel the heat.
Okay, so like, you start reaching close, and then after a minute, like as you're like getting a little close, you hear him like yelp like a kit or something like that, and you haven't even started.
you just see like his like lips are pouted, and it's like there's a bit of flame coming out. I didn't even start.
Right? Yes, of course. Don't go ahead. Just rip off the band-aid, as it were, right?
Right. And it's like the flame just intensifies a little
Before we start, I just wanted to make sure that you know what you're doing here. I'm very attached to the fur on the top of my hand. It was the same fur that I had when I first read my first book. He he struggles to find any kind of sentimental value to the top of his hand.
He just like looks at you and just goes, "I'm going to begin now."
Okay. Could you just make me like count together? Count. I'll feel better about it.
Can you do that, Kaz? I can't exactly
Yeah.
count and control my...
On the count of 3. 1,
Okay.
2, 2.5, 3.
The chime was the sound of it happening.
That was the Spyro sound. Were you just delaying so you can find that sound? Were you?
Me? No, I just I
No. I'm talking to Magus.
No.
Was he delaying so he can just find that Spyro sound in time?
No, I actually that was actually like just serendipitous.
Well, I appreciate it anyway.
By the way, just got a message from Liv.
Hmm.
It's it's 4 letters long.
She was probably asleep or
Fail?
busy with something. Wait,
It does start with an F.
Let me guess. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh,
Not what I was thinking. but it means the same thing.
that was the best way. That was the best way you could have delivered that news.
I have a feeling she
Well-
might be about to just pop into the channel in a frantic hurry.
Well, the nice
That'll be
thing
adorable,
about the nice thing about streams is she can like catch up on the adorable
true.
little moment.
There's been a lot of good moments this episode. Like,
Yeah,
the summaries we have are very short because like the actual major plot points can be described quickly, but like there's a lot of delightful moment-to-moment stuff that is what I am adoring about this game. You know?
I feel like the campaign kind of brings it out. Also, this character in particular that I've made, I picked him as a base specifically because he's just a very charming fellow.
Oh, all the characters are phenomenal. I love Flicker, I love Koss, I love Cece, I love Rodolak, and I love Soba as well. And like the way that you guys interact with all the prompts I give is just an absolute delight to behold. At any rate,
I think I've got it. The only thing I think I still have to work on is I have to figure out more opportunities to interact with Koss. For Cece. Because I feel like we haven't gotten a moment yet.
True.
Yeah, we're sort of I'm like deeply in the magic side, and you're sort of, well, yeah.
Yeah. The magic is deep in the trauma side.
Yeah.
It's true.
The trauma that is that
struggling
one.
a little bit with figuring out how to have interactions meaningfully with Koss.
You know, I think that one extra week of not having this game has kind of brought up a lot of the charm today.
Yeah.
I think. In any case. Oh,
anyway,
sorry.
though.
I put my arm around Rodolak's shoulder and say, "Hey, it could have been worse." I pointed at a tree and shoot a bolt at it that sort of stops existing partway through and hits it without seeming to pass through some of the space. Wouldn't that be fun to try to aim?
I really do appreciate you allowing me to use the fire breath in ways that isn't just the attack.
I mean, I'm all about using skills in ways that isn't, standard.
Yeah. But yeah. Well, I essentially also go. Well, it was at least that was the best Bob attempt I've ever attempted.
Sorry, chat said the word traumaturgy, and I just cannot right now.
Hey, that's the kind of magic I do.
Traumaturgy. That's too good.
You gonna be okay?
You looking off screen while you're laughing adds to that for me.
It is really good.
The rig can't handle this level of. Oh God.
Sorry. Okay.
That sounds like the kind of laugh that I had when I was a kid, when I was watching goddamn Married with Children, and a joke really landed with me, and I was just on the floor. I was literally ruffling.
That's amazing, and I'm stealing that. Anyways, do go on.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to say. Well, that was the best interaction of my fire breath and the hair that I've had in quite a while.
For a brief second, it doesn't hurt, and then it does. Nothing? Alright.
Magus?
Yes.
For a brief,
losing a little energy. Go ahead.
all good. We're probably not going to go too much longer.
Yeah, are you ready to go to bed there, buddy?
Yeah, you had that energy about you.
Sorry.
No, it's all good.
You get tired when you do a lot of work. It's all right.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah.
You've had like a whole day. It's all good.
Yeah.
For me, sometimes it isn't even a whole day. Sometimes it's like I did nothing and I'm still tired. Also, hello, Miss Slate.
I'm very, very sorry. My partner is sick, and I've been kind of playing with me a little bit. He's with the pillow, and it's gone.
It's okay.
It's all good. I did voice your character a little bit. If you want to check out the episode later.
Jay just had a laugh attack.
Oh, there was
the accent for Sobo was perfect, just flawless.
Oh god, I can't wait to hear how offensive it is. It's great.
I tried to mimic it. I just turned into the heavy.
Call of Duty Russian.
I tried to mimic it, but then I always just end up sounding like Heavy from the game Team of the Fortress DOS.
No.
I was
Actually,
thinking
you sound like the
Cookie
what is
Monster.
it, the pelican from Gravity Falls.
I don't remember the pelican having a voice. Why did the pelican skimp out on his dinner at the restaurant? Because he had a very big bill. La la la.
Great. Now I have to look. Now I have to look that up. I completely forgot about this pelican.
All right, so you have a little bit of singed fur. It's not great. You're not happy about it. Cass, you have a very convincing disguise. And what were you doing, GD? What is Flicker doing with this?
For his disguise.
Yeah, are you augmenting your disguise with the new information?
Oh yeah, I'm not sure if it has to be on the hand, but I guess I can also try and like mark it, or like maybe do it on my foot because that's already got bandages. How do you? Actually, I guess I can just use some of the crush thing, like my scales. Actually, have I ever seen singed scales before?
In your line of work? You've singed your scales yourself all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
I
don't know why I fucking asked that question, to be completely honest. I just pretty much, honestly, can we just skip and say that I just make a perfect looking thing of it, because I know how the wounds are supposed to look perfectly.
Honestly, I'm gonna allow that just because, yeah, you are able to, just take, some dirt and smudge it in there, and and in the right lines, and you know exactly what singed scales look like. You've blown up you've blown up your hands countless times. Actually,
I like the idea that Rodolak sees that and it's like, wow, that's pretty realistic. I've had lots of references.
Right then.
I was really expecting a comment about Kaz's bloody bandages. I can lend you some bandages with blood on them. Where did you get, whose blood is that? Don't ask questions you don't want answers to.
It's like the wizard asking the rogue for skulls. The rogue says, I have a skull, just don't ask where I got them. And the wizard's like, okay, fine. And he presents like 6 perfect skulls.
The concerning question is, all right, what shape are you looking for?
Yeah.
The classic, I won't ask why you need it if you don't ask where I got it from.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so you have improved your disguises based on new information. Will you be proceeding?
Part of me wonders if I should proceed with my plan of doing the duck walk to blend in with the goblins. Probably not, and I'll just be like, I'm a Dragonborn slave. That's it.
All right. All right, if you're going to be proceeding towards the Hulk, you were able to see it fairly up close, and it seems to have been driven about half ashore, which is saying a lot for a ship that's, of its size. There are braces on both sides that, to hold it upright, and they don't appear to be temporary.
So it looks like that they've decided to moor themselves here as a base of operations.
We're
I'm
assuming
probably
this is
gonna.
intentional.
It might have to be. I'm going to look at the bottom of the ship for barnacles, scaling, and any kind of seaweed to see how dry it is.
I have a feeling this thing's gonna be covered in those things.
Well, here's the thing. If it's really dried up, then they've been here for a long time.
This is the ship that you saw. It's been here for about 2 weeks now, as you've been here for about 2 weeks now.
Okay.
And it shows the appropriate wear, yes. But no, none of the things that you would expect to be done when a ship is... If you dry dock a ship, one of the first things you do is you scrape the barnacles off, right? That's not been done.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I kind of assumed that by default.
But they have established braces for it, correct?
Yep.
So I'm trying to see if I can glean if this was intended.
Go on. If what's intended?
The ship being beached.
If they intentionally beached themselves.
Oh. The type, yeah, it would not be able to do it the way they did unintentionally.
Okay.
It looks like it was driven full force at the land.
All right, so they definitely came here for a reason. All right, I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to glance at the rudder to see how intact it is.
It ain't great. No, it's beaten up and all but snapped off from the beaching.
I'm guessing this thing is not possible to be seaworthy again.
Honestly, you were surprised it was seaworthy before.
Fair.
and it's not gotten better.
wood floats. That's about the design.
And you were able to confirm that there are ballistae on the upper decks, though they mostly look unattended and untended to. They're just kind of there at this point. There's a couple of lookouts, but none of the lookouts have any anxiety. That's how I'm going to say it. None of the lookouts are, like actively scanning for threats. It's more like a fire watch where they're sort of, looking out to see if there's anything particular of note.
Well, it seems like they at least haven't noticed us. Seems like they haven't noticed us. Sorry. I always keep feeling I say it in the wrong pitch and then I readjust quickly.
All good. Shall I be continuing forward? Because, you can.
Yeah.
Right?
I suppose that's the plan.
All right, so as we're making our way towards it, do they have like a ladder or a stairwell or something that goes up to the deck of the ship, or do they have like just a hole in the hull?
There's effectively what you recognize effectively as a siege tower. It looks like a siege tower was constructed as a staircase leading up has been constructed by somebody who has only built staircases in the context of siege towers. How's that for an explanation?
Yeah, no, that works.
Yeah, that's an engineer, all right.
Look, country engineers make do.
All right, let's look to. I'm gonna look along the beat. Is it dirt or sand? 'Cause I assume it's sand.
Could be a rocky beach. We did just come off a mountain.
Yeah, it's sand and dirt. It there's not a whole lot of beach part. It mostly just goes into the woods. Yeah. There's a little bit of a beach, not a whole lot. Is what I'm saying.
All
What's
right,
there
so
is
I'm gonna
sand
see
and rock.
the taken path, the very obvious path, and we're gonna be walking in and have Flicker be at the lead with our supplies in hand. The
All right.
things that we've been collecting and stuff to make our way over, and see if we can find a place where they're like dumping their supplies, just so we can overhear some conversations on the deck.
Okay. As soon as you're on deck, you can see a whole bunch of supply points that are just like, big old piles. They don't appear to be organized, but you know enough about goblins to know that they are in just a way that you can't really recognize, Everybody is speaking in that goblin pidgin dialect. It's a pidgin between goblin and English, or a goblin and common, I should say. And you just to clarify, because I kind of skipped over, you're let up there without any difficulty. They glance at you. They don't even really look at your hand so much as beyond a glance, because, well, nobody who would come up to the ship like this unless unless they already were slaves. But
Thank you for asking the question if I wanted to use my platinum.
That said, you are glad that you have made these adjustments, because you are rubbing elbows with people at this point. There's people milling around, and several of them are other races. There are goblins running around doing chores and work and sorting, but there are also several humans, a couple of elves, and an awkward number of another race that I'll let one of you pick out.
There's a Loxodon on here.
Several.
I mean,
GIF,
I'm just.
not GIF. GIF.
Are they going 2 by 2? Like, Jesus.
Oh, he came later.
I think you're crossing stories. But at any rate, though, you are in the thick of it, if you will.
Actually,
what do you
I like
do?
the idea.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I like the idea that the Loxodon is used for something obtuse, like he literally holds up like a floor.
All right, first things
That's the
first.
whole
What
job.
we're gonna want to do on this is we're just going to be getting information. We're not going to try and sabotage. We're not going to try and do anything really intense. Just want to know what they're up to and what they're. So as we're putting away one or two of the supplies, we're going to overhear on some conversation. We're going to try and see if we can parse out who is the one that's giving marching.
Okay. Just because of the difficulty in language, I will have you roll. I'm gonna let it be lore this time rather than society.
Let it be what this time?
I'm going to allow it to be lore, since you're starting to get since you pick up these kind of things fairly quick.
Yeah.
16.
Natural 20.
Beautiful.
Ooh.
Probably don't get it then.
You are able to catch more than you expected. The number of slaves here is high, but the slaves appear to have mostly accepted fate. They're not, treated ill, and that's one of the most notable things that you come across once you realize just to actually look for it, is that they're being fed and taken care of, but they are very clearly second class to the goblins there. The marching orders is immediately obvious. There's a whole bunch of people who are delivering things, walking up to a board and either striking a part of it out or making a note somewhere on it. And the board is taller than Soba and goes and several meters wide. It's enormous, and it's clearly a task board. There's a whole bunch of all you can. If you can read the names, you suspect that you could see the names of any of the slaves that are on this ship. If you knew what you were looking for.
I know what I was. Now I. All right, stupid thing. It's probably obvious that they don't have this kind of thing anywhere around here, but I want to see if there's any kind of alphabetizing or organization that is a little bit similar to what we had seen in the mountains previously. I doubt.
I feel like you're asking for a bit much.
I know. But again, they've had this camp for a little while. I assume that they wouldn't have that kind of thing. I just want to make sure that I rule that out so I cover my bases.
Oh, also,
Absolutely.
you know what?
Remember, Dictator, being the way that my character works, I have to ask a lot of really stupid questions.
Yeah, no,
it's totally fair. It's totally fair. I love the questions because they lead me to think about. Sometimes they lead me to think about other cool things. But in this case, yes, it's good to cover your bases. But no.
Oh, you know what? You know who would be here among the others? Probably a kobold or two that they caught.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that tracks. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Were we able to determine who is like the leader in this group, like the captain or anything like that?
I'm actually curious about that. Yeah.
Not not above deck at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind, this thing's like the equivalent of 15 stories tall. So.
Yes.
Yeah, I keep forgetting it's a Hulk. Yeah.
All right. Do I see any of the servants or anything like that heading down into the hold at any point?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Are there any are there any workers or something like that, like non-goblin workers going down into the holds at any point?
I think they're referred to as slaves.
All right. Well, I'll just start calling them slaves then, Dictator.
They prefer the term proletariat. Thank you very much.
Short answer is yes.
All right, so we're safe to go down into the holds. I look over to...
safe is kind of a nebulous term. I mean, it's...
I know.
Imagine you're walking in something made by...
I look over to Cass and Flicker, and I say, I think we can probably head down to the holds without any concern.
Well, I wouldn't say any concern. This place is more nebulous. This thing is more questionable than any of my creations. They're already questionable.
You get what I'm trying to say, and watch your verbiage. He says with a dime several syllable vocabulary word.
Yes. Yes.
All right, so making our way down, moving fast. Da 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 da.
I just realized this is an interesting party combination to be combined for this task.
It is.
It really is.
Do you want to keep going with us, or do you want to shift over to Soba and Cece since
yeah, I think that would be fair if they want to do something.
Mm-hmm. I will take it. Yeah, this is a fantastic moment. But plus, Soba's here. Hi, Soba.
Hello. Soba was zoning out for like a bit, I guess.
You're on autopilot, son.
Yeah, I had you participate in ways that I felt were relevant, but I didn't want to control you. Do anything too controlling of your character.
Yeah. So Opera GX won't launch. So I don't actually have access to my sheet right now.
It's all good.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to just not roll any dice, I guess.
Yeah, we can go roleplay mode. You can just give me hard rolls. I know roughly what skills you had flagged and where they were at, so we can move forward with that.
Yeah, I know roughly what they are. Just don't know the numbers. I know very strong.
So, how are you guys doing? You are over at the...
Actually, oh no, it's saved as a cookie, never mind. I was like, actually, I just realized we can't get the browser open, but we can open we can make a tablet in Tabletop Sim.
True!
Good!
Yeah.
And then open the browser in the tablet in Tabletop Sim.
Oh, wait, but I wouldn't be able to access my... Unless Jade has a
The
link
sheet
to
is a
my
cookie.
sheet. Yeah, unless
I
Jade
don't
has a
have
link to
none.
my sheet, yeah.
I don't think you sent that to me. Anyways, though, you are hunkered down, vibing. Tell me, Soba. While gathering sticks for construction, how would you feel about coming across a sapling of that is metallic in texture when you tried to cut it down?
Soba would immediately try and pull it out if she could, because she's like, more instances, but it's like not a place where we're growing more, so if there's no harm in grabbing it. Now we know that it goes elsewhere. Like, she just kind of like, she looks very excited. Yes, more metal plant! Oh god, I can't remember her fucking accent. Oh my god, I'm sorry. More metal plant!
We're going to so this will be the scene of where you find that and you can bring it back to Cece.
Yeah. She'll just, do the same as she did before. She'll, like, grab it and she'll try and pull it up, like, the entire thing. And then she'll just kind of, like, rush it back to Cece and be like, look, it grows in more than one place!
And I just want to say it's very brief too. Almost exactly how it went with Jade too. That's most confusing. We definitely need to look into this more as we go on. But I don't know if we can really do much with it right now, at least.
She nods. She's like, yes, but now we know that it's not unique. It is not unique to where we. Fuck, I wouldn't know what fuck. It is not only back home. And she puts it in her bag.
That's true. It's actually in Cece's, because she has cartographer's tools that she brought with her.
Let's go.
I forgot to mention it earlier, but she will mark on her map that she copied off of the cartography stone where we found both instances so far, so that we can keep track for later.
Okay. Very good.
Hell yeah.
Cece is also, as a note regarding this map, very frustrated with this map and really doesn't like it.
Oh no.
Because she trained in topographical mapping for the sake of engineering, civil engineering primarily. So she's now using an approximated map that's based on the approximated map style of the cartography stone. Which is why she's very frustrated by it.
That's honestly great, because just can't. Sorry, my brain doesn't want to work. It's just it's a magic map we don't know the mechanics of, and you've copied that. We don't know how precise it is or imprecise it is. It's honestly kind of great. I like that. Yeah, so Soba just has like this big bundle of wood that she's been gathering, and she's like, okay, where do I put?
While the others are trying to sneak onto the ship, what we should try to do, I think, is we want to secure a place that makes it possible for them to retreat later if they need to. So while they are there, what I'll do is I'll have my spiders spread their steel wire all through the trees here to make it relatively impassable. Soba, I think I hate to lean so heavily on you for this, especially after you essentially just carried me over a mountain. But also we have, if we can dig a shallow trench, just over here, a sloped trench, and then we can use the wood that you've gathered to make wooden stakes, essentially spikes, so that we can pull those up at a moment's notice and just scatter loose detritus over top. Then we'll be able to use that as a instant barricade of sorts to slow any pursuers down if we need to.
So, Soba had an idea. I don't know if she'd be smart enough. Jade, would Soba be smart enough? So yeah, do you know anti-cavalry spikes?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Soba would be smart enough to know about those?
I mean,
I think it. Sorry.
I was gonna say that you're familiar with similar thing, like just general defensive stuff, because the towns in the mountains actually have occasionally may have some protective fencing, if you will, like that is more of that style than a palisade.
Yeah, well,
it's a question of is Soba smart enough, but rather has Soba seen it? And I think
it's more that, yeah.
Yes.
I think she might have if she was traveling down the mountain, because it's like, yeah, but it's like, yeah, so it's just like Soba has just like a thought, and she's like, when I went to town once, they had horse raiders, right? They would attack the village, and they had these big wooden spike wall. It was just a bunch of wooden spikes pointed away from town. Why not I make one of those and we throw leaves over? So if they chase us with horse or warg or whatever, they just, instead
That's
of...
almost exactly what I'm suggesting, actually. The only difference is the part where you stick it into the ground to keep it pointing up at the same angle forever?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of that, what we're going to do is a little stand that just hangs by itself, so when we lift it by pulling on this rope, that will fall down, and then when we let go of the rope, it will fall on top of that wooden post that supports its weight.
Oh, this little one is very
so
smart.
we can hide it underground. We'll hide it level with the ground and then lift it up when we need it.
Hmm.
And by digging the trench here, not only are we hiding the spikes, but we make something so that any pursuers will trip and fall towards the spikes.
Soba's like nodding, and as she is, she's like, she's looking a little pallid and little like out of breath, her shoulders are kind of deflated. She's nodding, and she's going to like just push through like her fatigue and her hunger and thirst to do it, because it's like helping is more important. And she's just gonna just neglect her biological needs to try and get this done as quickly as possible. She's like, she's very much the kind of person where it's like, friend gave task, I will complete task. Task is important. She's a team player to her own detriment.
People pleaser.
Yeah. Well, it's not so much people pleaser as it's like she knows that like planning is not her strong suit. So if someone says something needs to be done now, she's not confident enough in her ability to make snap decisions to say otherwise and like stop for a food break. Yeah. So she'll go, and she's gonna do I have a shovel or something that can approximate a shovel?
Thankfully, Cece can make one.
Oh, okay.
True. That's true.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have the improvised tool, so I can literally just make a shovel.
Yeah. Do you hand her one, or like does would Soba have to ask for it?
I think while Soba was gathering the wood, Cece will construct her a spade from the wood that's being provided.
Alright. Yeah, so Soba takes the shovel and just gets to work. And she's visibly like panting and so like most of the time as she's like doing all of these like superhuman feats of strength, like she's just like breezing through, but now she's like physically slowing down and like okay, I'm going like she's physically looking like tired and hungry and thirsty. Bold of you to assume my characters have healthy relationships with their biological needs, Jade.
It's projection all the way down.
Like, you gotta put a little bit of yourself in every character.
Oh no, they have trauma.
Well, hey, I got plenty to hand out, alright? Alright, so you get that, you get that.
I sometimes worry I do that a bit too much with my character.
We have a bright side for a thing, and while Cece can't do manual labor, she can do something else.
Oh, what could CC do?
So while Soba is digging, what she's going to do is, because we caught a few deer earlier, for the leather to make the suits, or the aprons and gloves for the kobolds, I assume we still have some venison packed in our kit, right?
Sure, yeah.
So, what Cece will do is use some of the spare wood and because we're right on the coast, get some salt water, get a little fire started, make sure that's using like dry wood so we can minimize smoke and keep it behind the tree line. And then she's going to make a small fire. She is going to boil some salt water and cook some venison over the fire at the same time, so that Soba will at least have something nice to eat after.
Boiled venison?
No, not boiling the venison. She's boiling the salt water and roasting the venison. She's boiling the salt water to separate out the salt.
Okay, I got that. I thought you were stewing it in the salt water. It's like that doesn't sound great.
I mean it's salt, right? Wouldn't it just be like salted venison?
Boiled meats tend to fail a bit on texture.
Fair.
Unless it's like going in a full stew, but that's anyways, yeah.
Yeah. It just falls apart and turns gray and doesn't look very appetizing.
That's fair.
Well, no, wait, you're British. It's just like normal food to you.
Okay, look, my people have a long and storied history of conquering the world for spices we will never use.
And then just pour beans all on everything.
Yeah, and then just taking like a pinky finger full of salt and rubbing it on your gums.
We're not going to have any bean slander, though. All right, beans are
good.
I
like beans, except what they did to me.
Put beans on toast. It is a superior meal.
Honestly, I've never tried it.
It's really good. Just put baked beans on like a slice of like slightly dark toast, and it's great. It's amazing.
Honestly, I can see it. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, short version, Cece is going to roast some of the venison and make some salt to season it with. And just because we're right next to a lake anyways, she'll also boil some water for clean drinking.
Okay. Even boiled, that water tastes weirdly sweet. Not bad sickly sweet, but the water here tastes like it has been lightly sugared.
Oh, yo, are we next to a Pepsi plant? Fuck.
It's quite good. And you also do notice the ring of those... Oh yeah, that's right. So Soba, these things here, they're actually mostly covered in dirt and grime and, they had to scrape one off before to find it. But in the vicinity of each of those, several very bright bioluminescent insects are just gathering. Just in general, they seem to really favor those spaces.
Huh. She's gonna keep an eye on the gazebos as she's digging. Like, once again, like, just still, just like, she recognizes she doesn't have the strength to worry about that and the hole, so she focuses on the hole, but, like, she just has, like, in the corner of her eyes, like, but does not trust lightning bugs.
The water is very refreshing.
Tastes
Sounds good about now.
sugar water. Just like Grandpa who turned wild shaped into fly and never turned back used to make. What the fuck? That was just an ad lib. What the fuck?
I love that. No. Put a pin in that. We'll come back to that. I guarantee it.
Wild shaped into fly and only changed half back. So he's got a fly head.
Let's head back to the ship for a few moments before we... Hello, shipgoers. You all back?
Hi.
I'm here.
I'm here.
I am fading fast. I confess.
Yeah. Let me just roll a d20 for no particular reason. I'm sure this won't be relevant.
This is fine.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
That's actually not relevant, probably.
Oh boy.
So you are down below deck. The decks have actually surprisingly high ceilings, but not that surprising considering the entire scale of the entire ship. And you see a living quarters area, and a mess hall area, and many decks further below. But in general, I'm going to assume that you guys are mostly following where the other slaves are headed, right?
Yeah, for the most part. Mostly just getting
We're just trying to blend in for now.
Yeah, mostly just trying to get a bearing on what's going on here and getting a look around and stuff before we try to, like, do anything more involved.
You turn a corner, and you see among the rest of the people on the ship, a dirty half-orc who looks at you and whose eyes go as wide as dinner plates.
I'm gonna make a gesture to have him, like, have them go quiet. Like, just to be like, okay, I know you probably recognize us, not now.
They
deal with the orc?
They nod slowly and make a gesture that you cannot interpret. Unless you happen to have Thieves' Cant, or equivalent thereof, background.
Thieves' Cant?
Some sort of sign language that, yeah.
All I know is I can't do that.
Could I infer with my lore check as a recalled knowledge?
I'm gonna make you do society on it, just because it is something that you would not
That's fine with me.
Know well.
Just kind of get the vibe of what he's saying.
That is a 12. Actually, no. If this is in regards to the investigation, 13.
It is.
Yeah, so I got a 13.
Okay. Not. You get the general idea of we need to talk, sort of going on, but yeah, they start walking pointedly towards the mess hall and very much do not look at you again, to the point where you are certain it is by design.
Yep. I follow.
And they don't make anything, rapid happen, but they get in line for for some food, which is being served out of a pot. And do you follow? Do you?
Oh yeah, you want me to get myself some food?
I guess we do.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get in line with them and, like, very quietly whisper to them from behind.
Wait till we sit down.
Yeah, that's fair. So we'll wait till we sit down.
Actually, I just want to say that I don't know if you... Could you repeat what you said, Cass?
Wait till we get sit down.
Good, yeah. I just wanted to double check that, yeah. Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah. I'm glad that you said it that way.
Yeah.
And all right, you get the food, and it's a stew that's spooned out in a decent proportion, and you go and sit down. You know that it's dogfish, but you would not recognize that it was dogfish if you like. They are disguised quite well.
Yes.
And did any of you have background in makeup artistry or things like that?
Well, I might
disguises,
have I might have prettied up some of the nights, but I don't think if that counts.
What was that,
I
Cass?
feel like it would be Cass.
Yeah. If anybody would be me from being on the run for so long.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not
You can
makeup, but like disguising
Yeah.
myself with yeah.
The wax dripping scar that on their hand is flawless.
Ah.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah.
I think that last word you said there cut out. I don't know if it cut out for everybody else, but it
Flawless.
was fake, yes.
Yeah,
Flawless.
yes. It's
Okay.
a wax drip. It's a wax dripping scar,
Okay.
which is it's a way that they used to do scar in the for medieval theater. Just,
Mm-hmm.
pinch the skin, drip some wax on it, hold it in place.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So we take a seat to talk to the half-orc. Dogfish. And I say, how long have you been here?
Work, board, stick gather tonight, yes.
Mm.
We work, board, stick gather. Yes.
Gotcha. Yes.
Yes.
We
Yes,
work
yeah.
board stick together.
As he eats the stew.
We talk dialect. Very pointed at you, Rodolak.
I know. Sorry, I'm tired. What do you expect?
I know. Oh no, I'm assuming I'm assuming that was in character. I assumed that was intentional.
It probably is at this point.
It's not for
You do
it's
that
not
and
for
he's like-
you to know. It's
Yeah, as he does that, he's like, oh, right.
And give me perceptions on all of you.
Oh, alrighty then.
And, well, 11. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
10.
26, nat 20.
There it is. All right. Yeah. Rodolak, you noticed that the mess hall is a bit quiet, and Koss, you recognize you noticed the same. GD, Flicker, you notice specifically that everybody is looking at their meals and not talking to each other.
Mm.
You notice the same thing, but in a very different light.
I imagine I noticed this as I'm like slurping up like his eyes like start to this side, and it's like he gulps in this. I think we should not talk now. And he puts down the spoon and starts looking like the others into the food.
Mm-hmm.
I follow along.
After,
All right,
sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
After having some meal, they stand up and start walking towards the deck, and you notice a small note on their right beneath their plate.
Thievery.
Roll it.
Sleight of hand.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Oh.
That's a
Alright,
9.
see here. I know, hold
I
on.
keep looking at the 20 of this instead of the number.
It is a... Oh, wait, I don't have my armor on me because of,
True.
those reasons. So that is okay, so that is a 12.
Would anybody like to intercept in a way that might be more subtle?
Let me...
I trip and fall and drop my plate or bowl, and it like skitters across the floor.
Okay. Thievery advantage for that, actually.
Alright, so I get to roll again?
No. Yes. From you,
Okay.
you get to make a second attempt with advantage now.
Yeah.
Which is roll twice, take highest.
Oops, dropped my spoon.
Alright, so I'm going to roll it again.
Mm-hmm.
That is a natural 20.
Nice.
Flawless.
Perfect.
The note says, "Wait 10 minutes, and then go to."
Sounds like he has a difficult handwriting to read.
Well, I'm not going to read it here. I'm going to read it when we leave.
Well, no,
Yeah.
it's like the way Jade was saying it sounded like, yeah, man, that sounds like some difficult handwriting to read.
And then meet at the meat locker.
All right. So we're going to do that. We meet at the meat locker. I'm sure we could figure out where that is. Right?
I mean,
It's the place where meet cutes happen.
I find it impressive that they even have a meat locker somehow.
Flicker, give me lore.
All right.
Nice.
I don't have like any bonus to lore because it's specifically heraldry. Oh my god, that is, why am I having difficulty with that word? But hey, even without it, that's still an 18.
That's an 18, and that's very good. You know, do you remember where the meat locker was in Unveiled?
In what?
In where?
In Unveiled, in the town.
Yeah, right next to the forge and the icebox.
It was the icebox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What do you remember about? Tell me what you remember about the icebox.
It was cold. It was used as a temporary meat storage, as well as to funnel in cooling into the forge.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't think we investigated in much more outside of that.
I'm gonna hand it to you because you did roll a natural 18. That was an ancient building.
What, this?
The meat
locker's not on the ship.
Fair enough.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna make once we finish our meal, we're going to make our way out of the ship.
Granted, I also would have assumed these guys can't exactly make a meat locker unless their definition of it is it's just a place you put meat, no freezing.
Sorry, I share this. Someone shared it on my Discord just a second ago.
Please do.
Apparently in Baldur's Gate 3 you can polymorph into a wheel of cheese.
Amazing.
And it has
Wait, polymorph?
class-specific actions.
Oh my god. Go. Go.
Oh, I love Larian. I love Larian so much. Oh, wow. That is magnificent.
I
Can
thought
Larry
polymorph
just
was
make
just
all-
for animals.
No, you can be Soba specifically. I've played her before. She once got polymorphed into a chair.
Yep.
Yeah.
What a what a stool.
Yeah, I was just an animate chair, like fucking Beauty and the Beast, and all I could do was aggressively chair at people
Nice.
for like 6 hours until the fucking sorcerer managed to get me unchaired.
Isn't there an SCP about you?
Yes.
I'm sorry
in any
to fully
case-
break up the flow of session. That was just it was a
No,
No,
that's-
show it to us.
development.
You have
Oh, yeah.
you have
yeah,
not
that's,
shared.
that was essential knowledge.
Where did you share it? I need to know this. I need to see this now.
It was posted on my Discord. I'll repost the thing in.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to repost it. Sorry, that's my
No,
bad.
it was posted in my Discord server.
Yeah, no, but the way you said it made it sound like you were going to post it and share it with us, and not just say it.
Yeah, I just did.
You know what? That's on me. That's on me. I meant like share the link, but yeah, you're completely
There
right.
we go.
Thank you.
I had to share it around, and I just noticed that it's
Is
happened.
is the action fucking stink cloud?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other action is jump. That's the only things you can do. Oh my
Alright,
god, I
for the-
love it.
So I'd say this would be a good point to wind down after we leave
Yes.
the ship and regroup with the group.
Yes,
Regroup
yeah.
with everybody else.
I do have one thing I have one more thing to close on. But yes, absolutely, you are correct. Yeah, this is the ending point. So you get off the ship, and I wanted to make that something that was going to be not obvious if it was intercepted, but at the same time, pretty apparent. But yeah, that was it. It was supposed to, it was a reference to this building. You're exactly correct.
Yeah. I mean, I did say this is like the upper part of the forge, essentially.
As you
So
walk out there, Dogmeat is Dogfish is on the inside of it, just watching you walk over. How in the seven hells did you get here?
Through the mountain? Well, over the mountain.
We walk. We
None of
mostly
us went
walk.
through.
You haven't reported in much longer than you should have.
Yeah, it's not great here. We need
Are
to
you
talk.
undercover, or have you been pinned down here?
He's undercover.
A little of both. I'll explain on the way. And then he starts walking roughly, actually, in the direction of your camp, oddly enough.
Oh.
And on the way to the camp, though, you do hear the sounds of scuffle.
Oh.
In fact,
Oh no.
you hear it as well, Soba and Cece, in this area here, yeah.
Oh.
And when we return, you will have to decide how you will engage in a conflict that you see going forth between a couple of cockatrice and some goblins. They are already engaged and fighting.
Huh.
And we will end on that note, though we can certainly stay and talk for a few minutes, and anybody who needs to scoot, this will be the last narrative moment. But there are some cockatrice fighting a couple of goblins. And that's not an easy question about where you want to go from there, is it?
No.
Really?
Nope.
So you fortunately got 2 weeks to think about it.
Yeah.
Liv, I'm sorry that you couldn't attend for much of the session, I do recommend the VOD. This was a good session, and we did miss you.
Yeah, I am going to watch it. I am so sorry. My partner's sick, and I overextended myself. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm
It
embarrassed
happens.
that I was so just out of it for a lot of today.
It's all good.
I took over. Essentially.
Did you all have a good time though?
I did,
Yeah.
yes.
Great time.
Very good. What do you think about the direction that this is going? I'm curious.
I mean, I'm curious. I'm still in the dark about like one or two things, but I'm getting there.
Yeah, there's a lot of puzzles and a lot of puzzle pieces that are simply that you are still in the process of gathering. You know, there's a lot of intrigue that you are that. I'll be honest with you. There are a couple of the points you simply don't have. You have been gathering pieces of puzzles, but simply do not have enough pieces to form a full concept of it. But you are getting you are learning a lot more about this world as you go along. And I really like the way it's been progressing with everyone.
Very spooky, in a good way.
And then next time you'll have.
Kind of, from what I feel anyways, it's kind of like each area has two plot lines going on. We've got one that we'll resolve the first time that we're there, and then we've got another one we have to come back for. It's kind of the vibe that I've gotten so far from this first outing anyways.
Yeah.
I mean...
And it's a fairly simple but interesting formula.
Well, thank you very much. That means a lot to me. Because, you're not wrong. There are some larger overarching puzzles that need to be solved as you go through, and some more immediate, ones that need to be handled. But I'm really looking forward to you talking with Dogfish, and I'm really curious how you're going to handle the conflict between, some angry chickens and a couple of goblins. There's a lot there morally, right? There's a lot there tactically. Sorry, go ahead, GD.
Whenever cockatrices are always weird to me, because it's like ever since I saw them in like Witcher, it's like they are a lot bigger than you would have thought.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest.
My question is, are they tasty? Go ahead.
Most people, whenever I bring up cockatrices, they just immediately think of My Little Pony. It probably says more about my friend group than it does cockatrices.
I'm gonna go with that one. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm just like, I can't use them because they expect a little chicken with a snake for a tail. I'm like, no.
Nope. Jumbo chicken with a snake for a tail.
Jumbo chicken leg.
Yeah.
Dungeon Meshi did a great job with them.
I was wondering if there was a Dungeon Meshi.
Yep.
Oh!
Because there's always a Dungeon Meshi. It's just so good.
Dungeon Meshi is really the best manga, and I cannot wait for the anime. My favorite studio is making the adaptation of my favorite manga. I could not be more hype.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Studio Trigger is doing the adaptation, and Studio Trigger is phenomenal.
Nice.
Yeah. Trigger is absolutely great. Only issue with them is sometimes they get very carried away.
Oh yeah, it's great though.
No, it's great. It's just you could just see them burning their entire they're just shoveling all of their money into the furnace. I'm like, guys, please, your Patreon can only do so much.
Yeah, but Redline, oh my god.
Yeah.
And gosh, yes. Anyways, sorry, I've been steeped in the anime industry for a long time.
Here's that clip since we're at the end here. Such a stupid concept, but I just love it.
But yeah, I like that you've been building up this intrigue.
Mm-hmm.
It's always one of those kind of things where, like, when you start building this intrigue for a lot of these games, it's like you think that it would be the better option to like just go in and like take care of it, but then you got to play for some of these kind of slow burn games. You got to play it a little bit slower.
Exactly.
It's reminded me of a tabletop game that I was a player in for Shadowrun, where we would spend one entire session planning out what we're going to do, and then the next session actually doing the thing to make sure that we had everything all figured out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes one of my biggest problems with planning in these games is like, oh, one roll fucks it all up for everyone, and it's combat time.
Yeah, and detective games and puzzle games, they're not easy to write for. Like,
No.
there's a lot of there's a lot of things you need to hope that the player gets without having to Google it, right? Like, in terms of like video games and like, and then but on tabletop you have a little bit more maneuverability. Like I didn't want the meat locker thing to really actually be like, a stumper, right? I wanted that to be something that's obvious enough that someone who finds the note wouldn't get it, but you who have been to Unveiled would get. And like that kind of thing was like, if you don't get it, that's fine. That's not like a big puzzle, but at the same time, it's like that's that kind of thing can be difficult to work with it. But the other puzzle stuff, I love how it's panning out so far. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, the only thing that I thought was like kind of confusing about it and its positioning on the map is like, well, this would have to mean that the locker is like underground. That's the only thing I can like get out of this based on like the building.
It's a completely different structure. It's a completely different structure with a different purpose. That was a reference that you would recognize.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Cece.
I was just saying, it's like gonna say basically the same thing. It's not that the building is a meat locker, it's that it's the same type of building as the meat locker in Landfall.
Okay.
So that you would recognize the reference, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Also, a semi-relevant thing, just because of the talk about puzzles. It's been off stream, so I couldn't say it about some other stuff, but I'm very proud of my Wednesday party. They did a puzzle, and it took them less than one full session to solve it.
Yo, grats!
It's like the first time ever that I did a puzzle that wasn't literally out of a book for third graders.
Oh.
Because I did one that was like a puzzle book for third graders, and they solved all of them in a single session instead of like one.
One thing that I'm still very proud of is the GM that was running a Tomb of Annihilation game. And for the most part, except for one goddamn trap, because I didn't know like a nature fact, or I guess a bone fact, stumped me so hard. But up until that point, and just speaking in general, he complimented how perceptive I was to the point where he thought I read the book. Meanwhile, it was just I know this trope, I know this character type, and I know roughly this kind of game design.
Yeah, a couple of things in this I am keeping close to my hand. I'm keeping my hand close to my chest on that, but because I know it's going to be an awesome once you guys get farther and get more puzzle pieces.
I just try to be observant. Well, but obviously with quotations around that.
But I adore how you guys are approaching it. Sorry, go ahead.
Just my brain can be selective on like what it remembers, although it can store things weirdly decently long, but it does need a bit of a kicker sometimes.
In any case, I should probably get going. I need to get myself some dinner and
yes.
Also kind of.
You have a wonderful evening.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Before I
Happy
forget,
birthday.
thank you. Before I forget, I'm not asking for people to like get me things for my birthday, but instead, that audio drama that I was telling you about, The Sojourn, we released our first season fully. If you go to the sojournaudiodrama.com, the whole show's ready, and it's 12 episodes. It's almost 8 hours of content. If you like The Expanse or Battlestar Galactica or Star Trek Deep Space Nine, this is really gonna activate your almonds, and it's got all really good sound design by me. I'm very proud of the work that I've done on it.
I'll drop it a few places. I'll promote it a little bit if I
What's
can.
the URL again?
I put it in my chat already.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I dropped it into mine, and it YouTube redirected.
Here, I'll just give you the...
The link still works, I think, but it's yeah, there you go. Thank you, mate.
But yeah, give it a listen. We've got there's a preview on the website if you want to listen to it and you see if you actually like it. We also have a couple of previews on YouTube and all that stuff if you're not sure about it. I understand audio dramas are kind of a niche thing, but I wouldn't be pushing this show if I didn't believe that it was a well-written and well-constructed show. I've worked on a lot of things and I'm just I'm just here for a paycheck. This one is the first sci-fi I've ever gotten a sound design, and I'm very proud of it.
Yeah, he's been working on it for a while.
Yeah,
3 years now.
I trust your work. I mean, if you say it's good, then I have every reason to believe you.
Yeah. You are very good at your job.
Anyway, I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna get myself some birthday pizza and maybe some
Happy birthday.
Antacids. I'll see you later.
Enjoy the birthday pizza.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Honestly, I would have gotten him a gift, but I'm saving up. I want to try and actually visit him for 2 months next year for my vacation. God knows I've been wanting to see him IRL for closing in on 2 decades now. So I'm definitely gonna splurge when I get there. Of course, I mean, I'm also gonna buy him some things then, like food and such.
Hell yeah.
Figures.
And I'm also gonna celebrate my birthday there, since I'm planning on doing it around November, and my birthday is in December. Actually, no, September. Yeah, well, 2 months.
Do we have anything else we wanted to before we wrap up? For live, but we can hang out here for a bit, obviously, of course. But anything else we want to say while we're live?
Thank
good
you,
session,
audience.
Babe. I enjoyed what little I got to see. I'm sorry.
Well, you got homework. You gotta catch up on the good moments.
I will I will watch the VOD. Luckily, it's on YouTube, and so hey, I can.
Did you know that you can see all of Jade the Kobold's VODs at youtube.com/@JadeTheKobold? It's true.
If you don't mind me shilling again, because I am very bad at doing this, so I'm trying to get myself into the habit.
Do it.
I am raising money for Extra Life as well right now. We are a little under $250 away from the $1,000 stretch goal. $1,000 goal. We hit 500, which I have to organize still. So 500 was we're going to do a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure watch marathon party.
Watch party.
Off stream.
Fun.
And then 750, which we just hit last night, is a VR Phasmophobia stream.
Oh no!
Oh, you hit that! Oh no!
Horror, so it's gonna be an experience.
Traumatology.
Yep, there's the traumaturgy striking again.
Hell yeah!
And then at $1,000, I'm going to be reading and recording for my YouTube channel, because I thought this would be something that a lot of people would be interested in. I will be reading and recording Go the Heck to Sleep, the famous bedtime story.
Oh, yeah, I
I
keep
will not be
forgetting.
self-censoring. I will be reading word for word and recording because some people seem to be like enthralled by the concept of getting me to curse. So that's the way to do it.
I mean,
Well, you
Sprig,
have to for that book.
Sprig, I have never heard you say a single fuck word in the time I've known you, and like I cannot even.
I have cussed. I can say this with confidence. I have cussed 2 times on stream.
Okay, because it's like I unironically, I'm really good like at like imagining my friends' voices like in my head. If I try and make the voice I have for you in my head say the fuck word, I cannot.
I can't go more than 5 minutes without
I
saying
have,
it.
It's true, GD.
I have said a darn word once, like in my first year streaming when I was playing Heroes of the Storm at one point. And when I was taking the part of Jack the Wise's character in my Wednesday campaign when we were still streaming that, I said a heavily accented F word.
Oh my god.
His character literally could not go one full sentence without saying it.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
GD, do you have anything to shout out?
Not particularly this week. Not that I can think of, anyway.
Fair enough.
Maybe I can shout out a small channel I found.
Sure.
If you like really long videos and the guy actually describes the way as a way to put something to put on while you go to sleep, I found a very nice. I'll link it in the New World. Mr. Edders, who has multi-hour long in-depth retrospectives on games, especially niche ones. I highly recommend them. They're very nice and go very in depth. So as far as to actually cite reviews from the time of the game's release.
That's cool.
I also discovered a game that I never knew I needed, which is a game that's essentially a 80s dark fantasy versus modern military, and I'm shocked that there's not enough games with this concept. He's also got 2 excellent. His Myth 2 video is great because it covers some really nice mods of the game. That's actually another thing he does. He covers like fairly large mods of these games, if they exist. And I just started watching his Baldur's Gate 1 review, and his Baldur's Gate 2 one is 4 hours.
I will definitely check that out.
Like I said, I just figured.
Days.
Yeah, I'm actually watching these surprisingly while I'm at the gym.
I usually watch this. This is gonna sound worse than it is, I promise. I usually watch those kind of videos while I'm driving in the car. Except that I don't watch it, I put it on and listen to it and occasionally glance at my phone.
These are absolutely those kinds of videos.
It's like I listen to it as a podcast and occasionally glance at what they have on screen.
Oh no, it's like they're perfect for that, especially the kinds of games that they are. Although sometimes they do warrant like a look because like he actually like showcases like either art or like the particular thing. So that's actually the thing that I like about them is that there's like you think the editing would be lazy and it's like it is fairly basic for the most part, but it works for what it is, and I genuinely appreciate that.
Cool.
And yeah, like I said, fairly niche, and honestly, I just felt like you'd find it interesting, Jay.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. It sounds great. Liv, do you have anything you want to shout out?
Only the fact that not this upcoming Monday, but next Monday, we're going to be playing Dungeons and Dragons on Twitch and on your thing, and
Also on this stream,
yeah, also and it's gonna be a lot of fun because I really love all the assumptions you guys make about the world and how wrong they are. It's great.
I love my character in that game. Eddie is a delight.
Also, describing dragons without using the word dragon is very hard.
Yeah.
Like dragons are extinct in my world, and I'm like, I can't use the word dragon to describe it because fucking your characters don't know what that is.
It was
the
big.
players do.
I mean,
scaly,
yeah.
It's big.
Dragons never existed in our world, and we know what they are.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, fair.
True.
Wait, how do you know? How do you know they didn't exist?
For all we know, they could just be like a weird. For all we know, they could just be a really weird dinosaur that we haven't properly sussed out.
I mean,
all right.
I mean, Western dragons are extinct. Eastern dragons, maybe not so much though.
Oh come on, them noodle forms would be impossible.
I'm gonna be honest. I wanted them all extinct. Couldn't bring stuff to it.
I am not involved in anything that I want to shout out, but one of my favorite horror podcasts is getting an RPG, so that's going to be cool.
Let's go!
What is it?
The Magnus Archives?
Sorry.
What?
Roll to convince the audience the podcast is worth it.
Oh no!
It's excellent. It's like 5 seasons. It's a whole, the Magnus Archives. It's a whole full thing. It's got a beginning, a middle, and an end. One of my favorite things that a podcast can have. It's not just going on forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I appreciate
that is nice.
All right, I think we're going to close stream here. You are all wonderful. Thank you everybody for watching. And
bye. We love you.
Bye. Thanks for having us. Yeah.
Bye.